What a fight. Zeth just barely edges that out in a total slugfest to take the opener. Zeth currently holds the overall lead in their head-to-head record. It's a tight gap, but the momentum is shifting heavily in his favor right now. We'll see if he can maintain this pressure to carve out a larger lead. He's just not letting up, putting together a 4-round run of brilliance. Just a total reversal from their last meeting here. Unstoppable right now, Zeth takes a commanding lead with 5 straight rounds. Surprising turn of events for the lower rated player. Lancer finally finds a way to respond, snapping that long run with a clean shot. His recent history against Zeth is actually quite strong. Zeth is still comfortably ahead, leading 5-2. Lancer certainly knows how to win these particular clashes. He's completely flipped the script, putting together a 3-round surge to stay in this. Zeth has been keeping it close in most of his previous matchups. What a scrap! Zeth manages to outlast him by the narrowest of margins to regain control. It's a tough stretch for Zeth, who's currently sitting at 13-23 for the day. What an unbelievable scramble! Zeth clutched out that fight from the boxes, surviving with a sliver of health. He's simply refusing to go down today. Another flawless exchange for Zeth, who's looking completely locked in as we approach the break. His higher rating isn't helping him find an answer right now. Zeth takes a healthy 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, the underdog is just outplaying the favorite right now. We're looking at a serious potential upset if he keeps this pace up. Lancer really needs to shake things up. Lancer is definitely feeling the weight of this 5-round slide, especially since he's been performing well today with a 21-14 overall record. It's strange to see such a stark contrast between his daily form and this particular series. He'll have to find a way to slow that down quickly. Lancer reacts quickly to shut Zeth down on the ramp, keeping this fight alive. The veteran experience is showing in these close moments. Zeth is putting on a real clinic here, simply refusing to let Lancer get any traction. An impressive turnaround for someone who struggled with a 4-match losing streak recently. That was a blink and you miss it exchange. Lancer is starting to chip away at that lead. Absolute madness. Lancer barely escapes with his life after a brutal exchange from the ramp. He's managed to claw back some ground with those two. Zeth secures the advantage again and is now just 1 round away from the win. This is a huge contrast to the matches he's played earlier today. A perfect response from Lancer, keeping the dream alive for now. Zeth needs to regain his composure after that shakeup. And there it is, Zeth closes the deal with a huge final kill to take the series. Lancer really fought his way back in there, but he just couldn't close out the deal against that stubborn defense. Zeth proves once again that he's got the edge in this rivalry. Zeth leads the head-to-head career record with over 300 total wins. It's interesting because Omnic has actually looked a lot stronger in their most recent clashes. This first round is just a teaser for a long-standing rivalry. Zeth is comfortably in control at 2 rounds up. The higher-seeded player is finally starting to wake up. Zeth is really putting a lot of pressure on Omnic early on here. He's shaken off a rough 14-22 day so far. Zeth is just dominating, pushing his lead to 4-1. The higher-rated man is currently struggling to keep up. He's just on fire right now, extending that run to 3 consecutive rounds. A swift response from Omnic to slow down that momentum. He's coming in hot after that 13-7 victory yesterday. Omnic has managed a strong 19-16 run today. It's a stark contrast to how things are going right now with him trailing significantly. He needs to translate that recent confidence into this specific match if he wants to stand a chance. Zeth is just cruising along with a 7-3 lead. He really seems to have the advantage in this specific pairing. Zeth is just totally in control here, putting his opponent in a huge hole. Zeth is certainly capitalizing on his superior career percentages today. Zeth takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, it's a very clean start from the slight favorite. He's taking full advantage of his higher win rate on Italy to keep the momentum shifted in his favor. Zeth's just outclassing him, sitting pretty at 9-4. He's proving a bit more consistent than his recent match record suggests. Zeth is simply unstoppable, now leading 10-4. He's certainly mirroring that strong result from his duel against Lancer. Zeth is simply in another gear right now, putting himself on the verge of victory. Total reversal from their earlier matchup yesterday. Absolutely ruthless. Zeth shuts the door on any hope of a comeback and now stands just 1 round away from victory. A quick reflex play secures this one for Omnic, keeping the dream alive for a little longer. A huge confidence boost for the underdog right there. Another lightning fast reaction from Omnic to force Zeth to wait just a little bit longer. Game over. Zeth closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. Just a total washout. He really held the keys to this one from the jump. Lancer currently holds a strong 41-31 lead in the head-to-head history. It's a dominant track record to have, but we have to remember that Omnic actually came out on top in their very last encounter. It will be interesting to see if Lancer can maintain that historical edge today. Omnic is pushing ahead with a slim 2-1 lead. Omnic is really making his presence felt early on. Unreal. He barely walks away from that chaos, surviving on a sliver of health. Lancer is feeling the pressure, the underdog of the match. Absolute authority from Omnic now, who just marched straight to a 4-round streak. Lancer's recent form is usually a bit more consistent than this. Lancer finally cuts the slide, showing a bit of grit to get back into this. He's finally starting to look like the favorite we expected. Omnic is coming into this match with a really solid 1917 record today. It's creating a huge contrast with the way Lancer has struggled to find a footing in these early exchanges. He's definitely the one with the momentum right now. A completely untouched round for Lancer, who is refusing to back down despite the early deficit. He's looking a lot more comfortable as this match settles in. Omnic still holds a 2-round advantage here. He's certainly putting together a strong round for his day. Omnic is firmly in control, leading 7-4. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. This is a surprising turn of events given Lancer's map history. The underdog is playing out of his mind right now, and he looks completely unfazed by the pressure. Lancer needs to shake things up. Omnic is just too quick right now, utilizing that height advantage to keep the lead comfortable. A really clinical trade to reclaim a bit of breathing room. A flawless exchange for Lancer as he continues to chip away at that lead. Omnic is still holding firm with a 3-round cushion. He's really managing to outplay the higher seed here. Lancer completely shuts down the angle, knocking Omnic off the boost to keep this comeback rolling. That was an incredibly sharp read on the position. Lancer keeps the pressure on, securing another win to keep this comeback attempt alive. The tide is turning in this series. Omnic has barely escaped, still guiding things 10-8. Lancer is truly digging in here, closing the gap to just 1 round. The initial gap in skill should be starting to show. Lancer's momentum has completely stalled out, and now he's just 2 rounds away from a heartbreaking loss. That really underlines how shaky his form has been lately. He's refusing to go away, securing another quick round to keep the pressure high. He's really battling back to prove he belongs in that seat. Omnic secures the upper hand from the box, moving just 1 step away from victory. That was a high-stakes duel with just a few seconds of action. What a fight! Lancer barely survives that brawl to keep his hopes alive. Total chaos in that exchange, barely a pixel of health left. He puts on a display of pure grit from the boost to force a tie at 12-12. The pressure is finally weighing on the man who started so strong. Lancer is simply on fire right now, taking complete command of the server. Pure speed from that opening pick to seal the deal. Omnic answers back immediately, fighting his way through a frantic scramble to level things up. Both players have pushed the limit here. Omnic is really starting to seize control of the pace, ending these rounds faster and faster. This is becoming a real struggle for the higher ranked men. A total war of attrition there. Omnic survives the carnage and puts himself just one win away from the victory. He's proving too versatile to shake off. A sudden lightning fast strike that keeps the dream alive for Lancer. A needed response in a very tight spot. Lancer puts the pressure on, taking Omnic down from the box to reach match point. He's really found a way to outplay that high ground. Lancer surges ahead to a 16-15 advantage. Lancer's now pushing hard with a 17-15 cushion. He looks completely locked in right now. Lancer's now comfortably cruising with an 18-15 edge. His current form matches the higher expectations for the top seed. Lancer is practically untouchable at 19-15. He manages to hold on to that lead and closes the door right when it mattered. Omnic really pushed him to the brink, but he just couldn't find that final answer. He had to work for that. Zeth currently holds a slim lead in their head-to-head history with 29 wins over Lancer. That historical edge seems to be playing a role today, given how quickly he opened this match. We'll see if Lancer can actually reverse that trend. What a scrap! He barely clings to life there, digging deep to secure his second straight round. He really seems to be carrying that confidence from his match against Omnic. Zeth is just shutting him down right now, taking full control of the early game. Absolutely effortless. He's just untouchable in this opening stretch. The pressure is building as Zeth maintains his perfect start, not letting a single round slip. It's a tough spot for the favorite to be in right now. He's just completely in charge, extending the run to 6 straight. It's a sharp contrast to Lancer's 19-15 victory over Omnic earlier. Finally, a response from Lancer, who earns his first round of the set. He's actually the higher ranked player of the two. Lancer has technically been the stronger performer today with a 21-14 record, while he's just not finding a way to translate that form into this specific set. It will be interesting to see if he can finally bridge that gap. Zeth is dominant, sitting comfortably at 7-3. Lancer is really starting to carve out some space here. The tide is turning as he secures his third straight victory. He's looking for a return on the rating advantage right now. We're at 8-4 in favor of Zeth. Honestly, the underdog is firmly in control here. Lancer was expected to take the lead, but he's struggling to keep up with the pace of this set. Lancer needs to find his rhythm. Zeth is just cruising along with a 9-4 lead. He's making a strong case for the number 31 ranking. Zeth is just outclassing him at 10-4. That was a fast transition back to total control. That's an incredibly clean shutdown, putting a hard stop to Lancer's momentum. He just completely erased that mistake, reclaiming another point for himself. The higher seed has still got a long climb ahead. He's not going away quietly. Lancer is putting on a real fight here. Zeth really needs to shake off the frustration of this current run. Zeth just barely clawed back into the driver's seat. He keeps the fight alive with another high-impact pick. Lancer is fighting hard to overcome that lower ladder standing. And there it is! Zeth closes out the series with a decisive strike to secure the victory. He just refused to let Lancer get any momentum back, completely shutting the door on any hope of a comeback. Omnic makes a strong start, catching Zeth right as he was moving up the ramp. Zeth has historically won over half of their encounters. It's a bit surprising to see him start so cold, given how well he usually matches up against Omnic. He'll need to shake this off quickly to avoid a total collapse. Zeth just answers back with a really clean play from the ramp. He's showing some real confidence after the dominant 13-6 win earlier. We're all square now with Omnic and Zeth tied. Zeth is certainly playing like the higher rated player in this one. Absolutely untouchable right now. That's 3 in a row for Zeth. He's totally in control now, securing another win from the ramp to push his lead. The matchup history favors this outcome, and we're seeing it happen again. Omnic gets the better of him in a head-on battle from the ramp. Hard to forget that Omnic took a clean set from him yesterday. Everything is reset with both players locked at 4. Really intriguing to see the lower ranked player causing so many problems. The momentum has completely shifted as he puts together a 3rd straight win to take the lead. What a frantic firefight. He emerges victorious and secures a 4th straight round. Zeth puts on a strong display from the ramp to narrow the gap before the break. The 31 rated player is clawing his way back into this. We're deadlocked at 6-6 going into the break. I mean, this is exactly the kind of nail-biter we wanted. Zeth has a slight advantage in the overall head-to-head, but the two of them are trading blows perfectly today. Let's see who blinks first. Omnic pulls ahead by 1, holding a narrow lead. The territory 3 seed is refusing to let his opponent run away with this. Omnic is playing a completely different game right now, having shot Zeth down on the ramp once again. Zeth entered this match having won 3 of his last 10. Zeth earns the advantage from the ramp, bringing the score right back to a tie. He's definitely making the most of his recent momentum today. Neither side is budging, they're locked at 8 apiece. Just trying to keep pace with his overall career lead. Omnic manages to edge ahead by a single point. He's really fighting back after that rough loss to Lancer earlier. It's a complete toss-up at this point, with neither of them able to build any real length of a lead. Unbelievable. He somehow survives on a sliver of health to secure the round from the ramp. Unbelievable poise to close that out under pressure. 10 all, and this is practically a coin flip. Pure grit from him to keep this race neck and neck. Zeth is really starting to find his footing here, putting the pressure back on Omnic as we head toward the finish. He's completely on fire, securing a 3rd straight round from that ramp position to put himself 1 step away from victory. Unreal! He closes it out right here and secures the match. Omnic gave everything he had to stay in the game, but his resilience just wasn't enough. Today, he'll be gutted after a performance like that. What a fight! Lancer really knows how to handle this matchup, winning 58% of their head-to-head encounters. It's easy to see why he's the favorite here, given how well he's played against Omnic historically. Now he just needs to keep this early momentum going. Omnic strikes back, and we are all tied up. Both players coming off a tough loss to Zeth. Unbelievable. Omnic survives by a single health point after a chaotic firefight. Lancer is really fighting an uphill battle right now. A complete turnaround for the challenger, as he's now purely in control of this set. A surprising shift from their last meeting on Blame map. Lancer manages to secure the lead in this exchange, bringing the game to a closer margin. We're deadlocked at 3-all, absolute chaos now. He's proving why he was tipped to take this series. A huge swing of momentum as he takes his third straight round. His recent match history reflects that higher ranking. Omnic was faster on the draw this time, erasing the deficit in an instant. Omnic pulls ahead by 1 in a nail biter. Lancer is really struggling to keep his grip on this one. And we're back to a stalemate, 5 apiece. Both of them are looking for a bit of stability right now. Lancer is on the ropes, and we are suddenly seeing a completely different story than their usual meetings. It is a 7-5 lead for Omnic heading into the break. I mean, the underdog is seriously threatening to pull off a surprise here. Lancer definitely has the better map record, but he isn't playing like the favorite right now. Let's see if Lancer wakes up. Omnic has already managed to take an 8-round lead in this set. That's a huge turnaround, considering he's usually the one struggling in this rivalry. It will be tough for Lancer to find a way back into this match. Omnic is firmly in the driver's seat at 9-6. He is really capitalizing on his top form lately. Omnic is just far too quick right now, shutting him down immediately, even from the ramp. He's simply untouchable right now, cruising toward the finish line with another effortless win. Lancer finally gets a response, keeping things moving with a sharp burst. A lightning-fast reflex play, and now he's just 1 round away from victory. He's completely defied the pre-game expectations with this performance. Lancer finds a clutch response here to keep himself in the game. He's showing he can still dig deep when his back is against the wall. Unbelievable! He barely survives that fight on the ramp to stay alive. He's definitely finding the confidence he needs right now. Lancer just clears the nest, taking down Omnic from the container to keep this charge alive. Just a completely different energy from the server right now. What a finale! Omnic shuts the door on this match and secures the victory. That was a total nail biter. He really had to dig deep to overcome that head-to-head deficit. What a fight! Zeth currently leads their overall head-to-head history with 30 wins. It's clear he's carrying a huge amount of confidence into this one after taking their most recent meeting by a wide margin. I'm curious to see if Lancer can find a way to flip that script today. Zeth is really putting the squeeze on Lancer here. Both are basically tied for 31st on the ladder right now. Lancer is really making his presence felt from the planks, taking control of the pace here. He's shaking off those 2 losses from earlier today. Lancer pulls ahead by 1 and looks lethal. He's showing some real resilience after that tough loss earlier today. A dead heat at 3 apiece as they reset. Just a huge clash of styles between these two today. Zeth is really picking up the pace here, making it look easy with those quick exchanges. Zeth claims this one from the window, extending the run to 3 straight. His current form is looking like a mirror of that match on orange. Absolutely crushing. Zeth secures another win from the ramp to make it 4 straight. His momentum is just rolling through this match right now. Lancer finds a huge opening from the ramp to cut the deficit to 2. He's definitely fighting back to close that gap. Zeth is putting on a clinic with a 4-win streak across his latest outings. It's a huge contrast to the overall map data where Lancer usually holds the upper hand. It'll be interesting to see if those statistics can actually kick in now. Zeth holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. Well, the underdog is definitely playing above his rank right now. Lancer looked like the safer bet, but he's struggling to keep up with Zeth's current pace. Time for Lancer to respond. Lancer keeps the pressure high by picking him off the ramp, continuing this impressive climb back into the game. This is a huge shift from the 13-3 blowout Zeth had over Lancer's teammate earlier. Absolute insanity. He's clawed his way back to tie this series up at 7-all. The momentum has completely shifted in his favor. Simply outclassed in that exchange, and now he's taken a firm grip on the lead. Zeth answers back from the ramp to bring us back to a dead even split. The rating gap between these two is practically non-existent. A drawn-out exchange here, but he keeps his cool to secure the lead. He's really making his case as the favorite here. He just deletes Zeth right off the ramp to extend his control. He's just not letting any room for a comeback right now. Lancer holds a thin edge as we hit 10-9. Zeth is showing some serious poise, despite a higher win rate against him overall. He simply outclasses his opponent from the ramp, extending a lead that feels more secure now. That's a total turnaround compared to the 13-3 result we saw recently. We are seeing a real back and forth here. Neither player is willing to let the other get a firm hold on the series. Lancer just puts on a show of strength, putting himself in a prime spot to end this. Unbelievable! Lancer closes it out with total authority to secure the victory. He finally got his revenge for that earlier disaster on orange. Zeth really put him through the ringer, but he stayed composed. What a match! Zed holds a significant lead in their head-to-head history, winning over 50% of their encounters. That historical dominance is showing again after he managed to close out their most recent meeting as well. It will be interesting to see if Omnic can shift the momentum. Omnic is surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. That was lightning fast, barely a second of movement. Both players were trading heavy damage, but Omnic manages to outlast the exchange for another win. Hard to believe Zeth is currently the one struggling here. Zeth reacts instantly, shutting things down with a perfect shot. A real battle for height there, but Omnic wins the fight for the top spot. Definitely not the start the favorite expected. Omnic has a lower all-time win rate of 34% compared to his opponent. It seems like he is playing far above his usual standard today. The momentum is shifting quickly in his favor. Omnic is just running away with it at 6-3. He's showing a lot more confidence than in that last matchup. Omnic is simply finding his target faster right now, leaving Zeth with no room to react. The gap in their rankiness is barely a factor right now. He's completely in control now, moving into the break with a huge lead. He's just completely shut him out of the series. Omnic is sitting on a 9-3 lead heading into the break. I mean, we expected a tight battle here, but Zeth is looking completely lost. He's going to need a huge response to recover from this 6-round deficit. Fresh start for Zeth here. Omnic is simply relentless, pushing the tally to 10-3. He is making a strong statement today, despite the rating difference. Omnic is just putting on a clinic right now. He is completely dismantling everything Zeth tries. Zeth is finally starting to put up some resistance, but he still has a mountain to climb from here. Absolutely wild exchange, but he manages to clear Zeth off the box to reach match point. Unreal, he almost went down in that chaos, but Zeth manages to survive by a thread. That survival keeps his hopes alive for a miracle comeback. Unbelievable. He barely walks away from that disaster with 2 health to secure the map victory. He really turned the tide on their long-term rivalry with this one, a complete reversal from their last meeting. Lancer holds a strong advantage here, leading the lifetime head-to-head 42-32. He's usually the more consistent side in this pairing, and it looks like he's intent on maintaining that dominance today. A brutal exchange that nearly went both ways, but Omnic just barely manages to survive. Lancer is comfortably in control with a 2-1 lead. Omnic really showed he could handle this pressure in their last meeting. Everything's wide open now, with the tally deadlocked. It looks like he's playing very confident after that victory on Mappas. Omnic is starting to pile up a lead here, really putting the pressure on Lancer after those 2 fast rounds. Lancer's higher ranking isn't helping him much right now. Omnic looks completely untouchable right now, shutting down the opposition to make it 3 straight. Lancer manages to put an end to that run, clawing back around. Lancer had looked a bit shaky after that drop in their previous encounter. A complete reset as we hit a 4-4 stalemate. This is turning into a total coin flip. Omnic has reclaimed the edge with a 5-4 lead. Both of them have been playing a heavy schedule today. Lancer is reacting incredibly fast. That was a blink and you missed it exchange. Omnic's now leading 6-5 after that huge momentum shift. It's a tough run of things for Lancer right now. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the switch. Honestly, this is pretty much what we expected. Lancer is keeping things tight, but Omnic is clearly refusing to fall behind today. Time to see who blinks first. Omnic manages to carve out a slim 7-6 advantage. The lower rated side is really digging in deep. Lancer just forces another tie. We're back to 7-7. Lancer is certainly playing with more confidence after that win against Zed. Lancer has completely shut him down, just picking Omnic right off that box. He's really putting that 2015 daily record to use. Lancer is on a roll now, taking this round with an incredibly fast reaction. Omnic puts a stop to the momentum, picking him right off the boost. A very tight contest between these two today. Unbelievable. He barely scrapes through that slugfest with a sliver of health to keep things deadlocked. Absolute chaos in those exchanges as he keeps finding ways to stay alive. A clean finish for Omnic, who is now completely in the driver's seat with a 3-round surge. He's proving that the gap in rating is almost non-existent. What a display of precision. He's now claimed 4 straight to move well ahead. He's essentially mirroring that result from their earlier map. Unreal. He somehow claws back to win that chaotic brawl, and now he's just 1 round away from the victory. Absolute sheer luck on that last encounter. Lancer refuses to go down easily, holding his ground as he pushes back against the pressure. The favorite is finally starting to find his footing. Absolutely stunning. Omnic closes it out with a flawless shot to take the whole series. Lancer really gave him a run for his money, but the momentum just didn't shift back in time. What a fight! Zeth holds a steady 30-27 edge in their lifetime head-to-head series. It's an interesting contrast because Lancer actually came out on top in their most recent encounter. It will be tough to see who really has the upper hand as this series develops. Zeth is looking strong with a narrow 2-1 lead. He's really shaking off that 15-21 performance from earlier today. Zeth is really starting to pull away here, looking very comfortable with that lead. A tight grouping at the bottom of the ladder for these two. Good grief, he almost let it slip. Lancer barely escapes that chaos to cut the deficit to 2-3. Zeth puts a firm grip on this, leading 4-2. Lancer is usually the favored one when these two face off. Lancer is the only player in this pair coming off a positive record for the day. It's interesting because the momentum just isn't translating here. He'll need to find a way to hold this slide before the gap becomes insurmountable. Absolutely effortless. Zeth is just taking over the map right now. Lancer claws back a point, shaking off the heavy pressure for a moment. He usually finds more success on this specific map. Zeth is really dominating, holding a comfortable 7-4 lead. Zeth heads into the break with a comfortable 8-4 lead. I mean, he's completely flipped the script today. He's making a strong case for an upset despite his lower all-time win rate. Time for a total reset. Zeth is just cruising now, sitting at the dominant 9-4. Zeth is certainly making up for that tough run of results today. Lancer manages to put himself in a great spot from the wine to keep things interesting. A very similar pace to his other matches today. Zeth's huge 10-5 advantage is looking nearly untouchable. That was a quick exchange to regain the momentum. What a fight, he nearly goes down, but manages to barely scrape through that exchange. Lancer's recent 2016 run today hasn't helped him here. Lancer is certainly putting up a fight, but he still has a mountain to climb to close this gap. Zeth has definitely been more consistent across the board today. A lightning fast response from Zeth to put himself on the verge of victory. Unbelievable, Zeth closes it out right there and seals the deal. He really proved that map history doesn't mean a thing today, just a complete blowout for Zeth. Zef has generally come out on top in over half of their previous meetings. It's a significant head-to-head lead, but he's clearly struggling to maintain that historical edge today. He'll need to find some stability quickly if he wants to shift his momentum. Omnic is firing on all cylinders, leading 2-1. The score is locked up again. Neither of these guys can seem to get a real hold on this match. Just a 1-point gap between these two on the ladder. Omnic edges ahead, pushing his lead to 3-2. The higher ranked side is feeling the pressure now. Deadlock Z claws back to bring us level at 3-all. They're practically identical on the ladder right now. Zeth is really starting to pull away here, putting some serious pressure on the match. Just a quick flicker of the mouse to seal the deal. He is completely taking over now, picking up his third straight win. He's definitely making up for that rough 5-13 loss from earlier. He is simply untouchable right now, claiming another round with ease. The gap in the ratings is practically non-existent. He's simply in a different gear right now, adding a 5th consecutive victory to his tally. Goodness, a total shootout where Omnic barely scrapes through with a handful of health. He's played plenty of games today, but the grind is clearly taking a toll. Zeth holds an arrow 7-5 lead going into the break. Well, that's a fair reflection of the matchup. He used his map experience to push forward, though Omnic is definitely staying within striking distance. Let's see if Omnic can climb back. Zef had a great read on that one, catching Omnic right as he tried to play from the ramp. The slight favorite is starting to regain his composure. That was a brutal exchange, but he digs deep to secure another round. Hard to ignore that Zeth has usually controlled the pace in their past matches. He's showing some serious grit here, refusing to let Zef build a wider lead. He's starting to really find his confidence in these rallies. Omnic has been in great form lately with a 60% win rate over his last 10 games. He's fighting hard to bring that current momentum into this series. Now the pressure is on to see if he can actually close the gap. What a fight! Zef barely manages to hold on, clutching the victory and pushing his lead to 11. The higher seed is really asserting his will in this A match. A cautious exchange here, but he walks away without taking any damage. A steady performance from him today with 19 total wins. A sharp reaction there, and now he's just a single round away from victory. Everything is aligning perfectly for the favorite right now. Absolutely incredible. He closes things out with one last lightning fast shot to secure the victory. He really put on a clinic in those middle rounds to get things under control. Omnic put up a fight, but it's hard to stay in it when you're facing shots that quick. Lancer gets the early lead here using that ramp position to secure a clean opening round. Lancer has an impressive 56% win rate over Omnic in their long-term history. It's a shame that the momentum isn't currently on his side after losing their last encounter. It'll be interesting to see if he can reclaim that edge. Lancer looks really comfortable when he's holding that ramp, keeping the pressure on the lead. Omnic had the upper hand in their previous clash. We've got a total deadlock, with Lancer and Omnic tied at 2 apiece. Lancer has actually managed to come out on top in more of their past clashes. Omnic is really starting to pull away, and he looked completely in control of the pace from the ramp there. Looking at the numbers, the favorite is really feeling the heat. Neither side is budging now that they're level at 3. Lancer had a tough time against Zeth right before this series. Lancer edges ahead, taking a slim 1-round lead. He's fighting hard to shake off those recent losses. These two are just trading blows right now. Every time someone tries to gain some ground, the other answers back immediately. Lancer stays just one step ahead at 5-4. The favorite is starting to look more like his usual self. Omnic claws back to make it a dead heat. A tight battle considering they're both ranked so closely on the ladder. They're really trading maps of momentum, and Lancer is quickly reclaiming his narrow lead. His recent form has been a bit shaky with that 40% mark. We go to the break with things deadlocked at 6 apiece. Well, Lancer is carrying the weight of the favorite label, but he hasn't quite managed to pull away from the underdog yet. Let's see who blinks first. Lancer really needed that one, but Omnic was too sharp in the exchange on the ramp. The lower seed is definitely playing with an edge here. Back to a stalemate as they hit 7 apiece. That was a lightning fast exchange to bring it level. Lancer finds a crucial opening to move to 8-7. A very tight battle considering they're so close in the rankings. Absolutely breathless exchange, and he barely clings to life with just 14 health remaining. It's quite a turnaround for him after that tough outing against Zed. A quick response here as Omnic takes the round with a clean shot. He's definitely showing that high-end form he's had lately. Omnic is starting to really lean into this streak, just shutting everything down from that ramp position. He is simply untouchable right now, continuing this run with a perfect response. Another dominant piece of play, and now the lead extends to 2. Omnic is really finding his confidence after the tough loss to Zed earlier. What a fight! Both players were shredded in that exchange, but Lancer manages to scrape through as the survivor. Lancer refuses to let the match slip away now. Omnic takes the edge in a bloody firefight, putting himself just one step away from victory. He's truly defying those pre-match expectations today. What a finish! Omnic shuts the door with a perfect final shot to secure the victory. He's really making a statement by winning 2 in a row against a player who usually has his number. Lancer fought tooth and nail, but he just couldn't close the gap. Hard-fought win. Zeth has held a slight advantage in their history, taking 31 of their 58 head-to-head battles. That mental edge seems to be carrying over into this series, especially after he comfortably beat Lancer in their most recent meeting. We'll see if that confidence continues to pay off. Lancer really liked that high ground for the trade. Now, we're looking at a very tight contest. Zeth's dominating the pace with a commanding 3-1 lead. Lancer finally claws back to trail by only 1. He's really trying to shake off those 3 straight losses earlier today. Zeth is really putting on the pressure here, putting a lot of heat on Lancer early on. Lancer just snatched that one right from under Zeth's feet, proving that high ground isn't always safe. He's looking a lot sharper than in that last encounter. Total deadlock now with Lancer and Zeth tied up. He's looking to overturn that rough start today. Zeth keeps his nose ahead by a single point. It's a narrow gap between them on the ladder right now. Lancer has played a massive number of games with over 8,000 matches to his name. You can tell he has the experience, but the struggle is that he's currently in a slump. He's really fighting an uphill battle to find some stability right now. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, the underdog is defying the odds here. Lancer has a clear advantage on this map historically, but he just can't find a way to stop Zeth's momentum. Time to shake things up. Unbelievable. He barely survives that scramble to keep the deficit to a single point. That was a frantic scramble to get his health back up. Zeth holds a 2-point cushion as we hit round 14. There was a clinical stop to freeze the momentum. Lancer just wipes him right off the box, showing real grit to keep this fight alive. It's a real battle of wills, especially with the rating gap between them. He's refusing to back down, strolling into a dead heat at 8-8. Zeth is really feeling the weight of that 83% win rate today. Zeth secures the narrow lead, putting him just ahead. He's definitely playing with a lot of confidence right now. Zeth really held his ground on that box, putting himself in a great spot as we move forward. Lancer wins that box fight to narrow the gap to just 1 point. Lancer is really showing why he's an experienced veteran today. Zeth is really squeezing the life out of this game, refusing to let Lancer get any ground back. Absolute precision from Lancer, taking the round without taking a single point of damage. Zeth is back in control and just needs one more to secure the victory. Zeth is definitely playing like the favorite in this matchup. What a finish! Zeth survives a brutal trade to close out the series. He really pushed that to the limit, but he just couldn't close it out in the end. Zeth proves, once again, he's the man for the job in this rivalry. Hard-fought win. Zeth manages to secure the height early and takes the first round comfortably. Zeth has a clear statistical advantage here with a total win rate of 40% on the map. He's really translating that historical edge into a fast start in this series. Now the big question is whether Omnic can force a reset before things spin out of control. Unreal. He barely escapes with his life in a chaotic brawl to tie things up. The lower ranked man is fighting back hard. Zeth is leading 3-2 after that madness. Their long head-to-head history shows how consistent Zeth is here. Zeth pushes the lead to 4-2, totally dominating. He's looking very sharp after that 13-8 victory in their last encounter. Omnic is really putting on the pressure now, just picking Zeth right off that elevated spot. He's trying to flip the script from their last clash. Zeth has a very strong history in this rivalry, winning 53% of their total encounters. And that confidence is showing in how he's outclassing Omnic in the opening half. He really needs to keep up this pace if he wants to shut the door early. Omnic handles it quickly, flushing Zeth right off that Tetris block to pull within one. Just a tiny gap in the ladder rankings separates these two. Zeth keeps his cool to extend that lead to 6-4. Zeth is really putting in the work today with 18 rounds already played. Zeth just moves a step closer at 7-4. He's clearly in peak form after that impressive 13-6 finish against Lancer. Zeth takes a comfortable 8-4 lead into the break, and honestly, he is playing just as strong as his 53% head-to-head record suggests. Omnic needs to tighten up his game if he wants to close this gap. Time for a fresh start. Omnic is finding some momentum at 5-8. It's a battle of two players very close in the lighter rankings. Zeth is just too quick today, easily picking him off the box to widen the gap. That's already a solid 18 rounds on the clock for him. Zeth maintains a firm grip at 9-6. The two of them are virtually tied for position in the rankings. Zeth is just untouchable, pushing ahead to a 10-6 lead. The momentum is clearly shifting in his favor. Omnic is refusing to back down, putting Zeth in a tough spot after knocking him right off that ramp. Still keeping an eye on how the underdog responds. Zeth is really capitalizing on that elevation, proving it's a dangerous place to be right now. A clean response to get back in control here. Omnic is keeping this series very competitive, refusing to let Zeth pull away completely. Coming off a strong 13-10 showing against Lancer just moments ago. He's really showing some grit now, securing another win to keep this run alive. Everything is tightened up for him in these last two clashes. Absolutely crushing it right now. He's completely outpaced Zeth in a light and fast exchange. He's completely erased that early deficit to force a deadlock. What a turnaround from the opening half. Zeth shuts down that comeback attempt with a sharp response, putting himself just one more away. And there it is. Zeth closes this out with a flawless finish to secure the victory. He really leaned into that late game surge, but that single mistake finally gave the advantage back to the favorite. Hard fought win. Omnic catches him fast on that ramp to take an early lead here. Lancer historically holds a strong lead over Omnic with a total of 42 wins in their head-to-head matches. So yeah, this is a rivalry where Lancer usually has the upper hand. It'll be interesting to see if he can use that confidence to get ahead early today. He just takes out the opponent from the window, and now the momentum has completely shifted. A quick bounce back for the favorite after his tough run today. Lancer is absolutely rolling now, taking full control of the map with another effortless win. His recent losses to Zeth seemed like a distant memory. He's just too fast right now, securing a huge 5-round streak. He's looking much stronger than in that previous series on Redline.
Omnic manages to pick him off the ramp to get back into this.
The two are practically neck and neck on the ladder right now. What a scramble! Lancer barely scrapes through that one, clamping down from the ramp to secure a narrow victory. The ratings are virtually identical for these two on the ladder. Lancer has an all-time win rate of 46% that normally makes him the safer bet in these matchups, but he's clearly struggling with his form today, coming off that frustrating loss to Zeth. I'm not sure if he can find enough stability to stop this run. Unreal, he survives with almost nothing left, barely holding on after a fierce trade on the ramp. Lancer takes an 8-4 lead into the break, right? Everything is going exactly according to script here. He looked far too sharp during that 5-round tier and he's putting those recent slump games behind him. Time to switch things up. Lancer's holding a commanding 8-5 lead heading in. He's showing a lot of resilience after those tough losses earlier. He's not backing down, shutting down that streak to bring the score to 8-6. The pressure is definitely mounting on the favorite now. Lancer pushes further ahead, now sitting on a 9-6 cushion. Another strong piece of work from Omnic, claiming the round from the ramp with 0 damage taken. He's keeping the pressure up, continuing this impressive surge to narrow the gap to just 1 round. Lancer's been pushed to the limit in these last few exchanges. Lancer manages to extend his lead to 10-8. He's looking to bounce back after that recent 10-13 loss to his opponent. Lancer is really starting to pull away, and these last few rounds have been ending almost instantly. What a turnaround! He shuts down the counter, run completely to put himself just a single round away from victory. A fierce battle of attrition, but the challenger manages to hold on and claw one back. That's a huge stop to prevent things from spiraling. He's refusing to go quietly, grabbing another rapid round to keep his hopes alive. What a finish! Lancer closes it out with a spotless final exchange to secure the victory. Omnic really pushed him to the limit, but he just couldn't find a way to close out those final gaps. He really had to fight for that one. What a match! Zeth leads their head-to-head rivalry with 32 total wins. And he's coming into this with a significant amount of momentum after winning 4 of his last 10. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain that pressure early on. Unreal! Lancer barely clings to life in a frantic trade to answer back. He's fighting back after a tough loss to him earlier today. What a fight! Both players were pushed to the absolute limit, but he manages to scrape through with a tiny sliver of health. Absolutely wild. Lancer survives a chaotic exchange to take full control of the map. He's really trying to shake off that recent loss to the other guy. Zeth answers back immediately to level things up. Zeth had high expectations coming into this one. Lancer holds a slim lead as we hit round 8. The lower rated player is making this look easy. We're deadlocked at 4 apiece as we reset. A huge contrast to the struggles he had against Omnic earlier. Zeth is really putting the pressure on now. He's looking a step ahead with his reaction time. That was an incredibly fast exchange to clear the round. Zeth is simply outclassing him right now, securing his 3rd straight victory with ease. A tense duel ends with the advantage shifting completely back to Zeth, who is just 1 round away from the break. Zeth is comfortably ahead, 8-4, and honestly, he's really playing into the role of the upset here. Lancer has a higher map win rate, but he's struggling to keep pace with Zeth's current hot streak. Time to switch sides. Zeth is really leaning into his recent form, winning 80% of his last 10 matches, and is effectively translating that confidence into a near-perfect start on this map. It's becoming a mountain for Lancer to climb at this point. Zeth's firmly in the driver's seat at 9-5. He's definitely trying to flip the script from that Dune's loss. Zeth still commands a healthy free round cushion here. Quick reaction on that last exchange to keep the comeback alive. He's absolutely on fire now, claiming another round without taking a single point of damage. He manages to put another one in the win column, maintaining a strong grip on the map. It's getting incredibly difficult for Lancer to find any breathing room right now. He's really starting to leverage that previous victory over Lancer today. Zeth is absolutely crushing it right now, putting himself in a position to end this whole thing next round. The favorite is really asserting his authority at this stage. Lancer manages to snag another one and keep himself in the fight. That was a quick burst of confidence from the trailing side. What a finish! Zeth shuts the door with a perfect final blow to close out the series. He's completely owning this matchup lately, and it looks like Lancer just can't find an answer for him today. Zeth enters this match with a very strong recent record, having won 80% of his last 10 games. He's really been lighting up lately. So we have to see if that heat carries over into this specific head-to-head battle. Absolutely crushing it. He's putting Zeth in a deep hole early. A tough start for the higher rated man in this pair. Zeth finally answers back, digging in to win a mess exchange. The experience difference is starting to show as things settle in. Zeth manages to pick him off the ramp, proving he can weather the early storm. The momentum shift is undeniable for the favorite now. A brutal scramble that just leaves us dead even, and Zeth is practically untouchable right now. This is exactly the kind of form we expected from the favorite. A complete shutout for the momentum shift, and he's now firmly in control. The gap in experience is becoming very apparent as we move forward. He holds the height on the ramp once again to keep this incredible streak alive. He's playing with a lot of confidence after his high-scoring win over Lix. He puts a huge stamp on this series, securing another clean victory from the ramp. The gap between these two is really starting to manifest. He holds a tough angle from the ramp to put up a fight. Exactly the response we needed to see from the underdog. He's putting on a clinic, walking away from this encounter completely unscathed. That was a lightning-fast reset for the leader. We've got Zeth leading 7-5. I mean, the score stays close even though Zeth is the one with the hot hand right now. He's playing well, but Omnic is definitely staying in this fight. Switching sides. Let's see who adapts. He stays aggressive from the ramp to pull even further ahead. A quick trade of rounds that clearly favors the frontrunner. Zeth manages to come out on top of that ramp duel, showing real grit to keep his momentum moving forward. He is playing with the poise of a top-tier seed right now. He is completely in control, taking the round without losing a single point of health. The gap in these rankings is essentially glaring right now. A gritty exchange here, but Omnic manages to scrap his way to another point. A crucial step forward for the man currently sitting at rank 33. He's really digging a hole for himself now, losing the top position on the ramp to a surging Omnic. Zeth is looking way less dominant than he did against Lancer earlier. He's just unstoppable, shutting Zeth down from the ramp for his third straight victory. He's certainly proving he belongs in this bracket today. He's simply on fire right now, pulling himself right back into this series. The momentum has completely flipped from how this started. A sharp response here, reclaiming the advantage and showing real strength to stay in the game. Zeth shuts down that rally and puts himself just a single round away from victory. He's proving exactly why he entered this as the favorite. What a statement! He refuses to go down, quietly extending this fight even further. What a finish! Zeth digs deep to secure the final round and closes out the series. Omnic really fought back from the brink to keep us guessing until the end. He just couldn't close the gap. He had to work for that. Lancer has held the upper hand in over half of their historic meetings. It's clear he's carrying that psychological edge into today. We'll see if Omnic can finally break this trend after starting the map on the wrong foot. Lancer is just cruising right now with a 2-0 lead. The favorite is looking very comfortable right now. A chaotic exchange, but he comes out on top to make it 3 straight. Omnic is really struggling to find any answers this series. That was a messy scramble, but he manages to secure another round. Things are looking bleak for the guy sitting at rank 33. Absolute lockdown. That's a 5th straight for the home favorite. The matchup feels totally one-sided right now. Finally, a response from Omnic to put a stop to that slide. A tight race on the ladder, these two are separated by a tiny margin. Lancer is coming off a challenging 15-20 run over the last day. It seems he's really finding his footing against Omnic to shake off that slump. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain this pace through the second half. He's just too fast right now, extending his lead to 8-1 with total ease. He's essentially acting as a wall for anyone who tries to push. Another effortlessly won fight, and the momentum is firmly in his favor now. He's clearly in top form compared to his recent struggle against Zed. He's simply outclassed his opponent here, putting on a huge display of skill just before the players head to the break. Lancer takes a huge lead into the break at 10-2. Well, this is exactly how we thought the map would go. Omnic is essentially just a spectator right now. Time for Omnic to wake up. What a fight! He barely clings on with a handful of health after that brawl from the ramp. Absolute nail-biter of a finish. Lancer puts a stop to that rally and secures a huge advantage, now just 1 round from the victory. Unbelievable! He closes out the series with a huge final play to take the map. He really made that look easy, completely shutting everything down from the start. Zeth enters this game having won 80% of his last 10 matches. That puts him in a completely different headspace than Lancer right now. It will be interesting to see if that confidence allows him to fully take over the server. Lancer is really finding his groove with a 2-1 lead. Lancer is certainly making up for that loss on Blame Orange. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he manages to claw out a victory with a sliver of health. A sharp reaction from Zeth to keep the gap small. He's proving to be a difficult puzzle for the other guy to solve. Lancer is firmly in control with a 2-round cushion. Lancer is certainly taking a bit of revenge for that last defeat. Lancer has a clear historical advantage on this map with a 47% win rate. It's a significant contrast to the way Zeth has dominated their most recent encounters. Zeth will need to find a way to flip the script here if he wants to avoid falling further behind. He is simply outclassing Zeth right now, taking the lead to a huge 5-round advantage. Hard to believe he's the one struggling this time around. A fast reflex play there to get a round back. Just a small glimpse of the higher rating we've seen on the ladder. Unreal. He scrapes through that exchange by the skin of his teeth to keep the pressure on before the break. Lancer takes a healthy 8-4 lead into the break. Well, this start aligns perfectly with what we expected from the favorite. He really leaned on that 4-round burst to put himself in a strong position. Time for a total reset. Lancer extends his grip, pushing the tally to 9-4. He's effectively wiped away the memory of that loss on Orange. Zeth claws back, making it a 9-5 battle. He's showing some of that raw skill we'd expect from the higher rated player. What a fight! He manages to dig deep and secure the kill despite being nearly wiped out. His current lead is quite a contrast to their head-to-head history. Lancer stays ruthless, widening the gap to 10-6. The higher rated player is fighting to stay relevant in this set. Zeth is starting to put some serious pressure on Lancer now, putting together a very threatening run here. His overall lead in their head-to-head matchups is definitely showing. He's completely shifted the tide now, picking up his 3rd straight victory. A gritty duel there, but Lancer manages to shut things down and hold that momentum. It's a huge mental win to regain control after that rocky stretch. Zeth was just too quick there, keeping the pressure high as he continues this climb. He's starting to look like the favorite we expected him to be. A perfectly timed shot keeps this rally alive for Zeth. He's really starting to play like the favorite now. He completely dismantles Lancer from the wine, squaring the series up at 11 apiece. Zeth keeps the momentum rolling with a clean finish to seize match point. A completely different energy from the one we saw earlier. What a finale! Zeth finishes him off to complete an incredible run and secure the victory. Just an incredible display of resilience to shut the door. Lancer fought so hard to stay in the driver's seat. What a fight! Zeth has managed to keep a 7-win streak running through his last 10 appearances. It's surprising to see him start on the back foot here, given that historical momentum. I wonder if he'll be able to find a way to reset. Omnic is just dominating with a clean 2-0 lead. He definitely didn't look like the favorite in those first two. He's completely in control, securing another victory from the ramp to start the game 3-0. That was a total scrap, but he manages to survive the exchange to make it a perfect start. Zeth finally finds an opening to get himself on the board. He definitely knows how to close these out against his opponent. Omnic is really putting the pressure on, putting an end to Zeth's attempt to take control from that ramp. Omnic is making it look easy today, continuing that climb from the ramp. He's fighting against an opponent who typically holds the edge in these meetings. We'll be right back with more fast aim action as we sort out this brief pause. Alright, we are back in action on Fast Aim with Omnic leading Zeth 6-1. Zeth is putting his individual skill on display with a rating significantly higher than his opponent's. The gap on the ladder is quite visible and it's starting to show despite the current score. I'm curious to see if Zeth can keep this pressure up. Zeth is totally locked in, holding down the ramp for another big victory. The gap is closing fast as he claws back into this. Omnic quickly puts an end to that momentum swing, keeping a 3-round advantage. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, it's impressive to see him hold this lead considering his recent struggles. Zeth is definitely fighting back and we should see if he can close this gap on the second side. Time for the sides to switch. Omnic extends his cushion to 8-5 after that trade. He's really shaking off that rough start from his previous few matches. Omnic is just too fast right now, catching Zeth on the ramp before he could even react. Zeth is not letting this slide, taking a quick win right from the ramp. He's certainly playing like the favorite in this matchup. That's another one for the trailing player, proving he's not about to fold under the pressure. He's definitely starting to find his footing as we enter the closing stretch. Omnic pulls ahead again, sitting comfortably at 10-7. Zeth is refusing to go away, securing another clean win from the ramp. He's showing some of that high-end skill we expected coming into this. He's continuing this charge, barely clinging to a 1-point deficit. He's looking scary sharp right now. Unbelievable. He's clawed his way all the way back to a deadlock. Absolute chaos in this set. We've got a total deadlock. A sharp response from the frontrunner, reclaiming a slight edge in the series. He's just too fast, ending that charge and putting himself one step away from victory. Zeth refuses to let it end here, keeping himself in the fight with a perfect response. He just needed to snap that quick slide back. Absolute insanity here. Zeth forces the tie and we are headed straight into overtime. A total pressure cooker as we enter this bonus period. What a statement by Zeth, completely dismantling his opponent's momentum to take a narrow lead. He looks like he's finally reclaimed his spot as the favorite. Absolute purity from Zeth, securing another win from the toolbox to extend the streak to 4. A huge clutch from the toolbox to break the run and keep this set alive. Both of these guys are incredibly similar in their map stats. Omnic is simply refusing to let the map slip away, bringing us right back to a dead heat. His current form is surprising given how tough he's looked today. Zeth puts himself on the verge of a huge victory with a tidy finish to end that exchange. That's the kind of composure we expected from a top-tier seed. What a result! Zeth overcomes the early deficit to finish this map in style. He really had to dig deep for that one. Omnic pushed him to the absolute limit in overtime. What a fight! Lancer enters this series with a strong historical edge, having won 56% of their head-to-head encounters, but it's interesting to see Omnic taking the lead early despite that history. It will be a battle to see if he can keep this momentum going. tight exchange, but he manages to come out on top for a third straight. A complete reversal from that blowout we saw in their last meeting. Another quick trade, and he shuts down the high ground to keep his streak rolling. He's putting on a show after that brutal 2-13 loss to Lancer. Both players take significant damage here, but Lancer manages to land the final shot. Coming off a tough loss against Zeth, he's finally finding some stability. Omnic is just dominating this set, sitting pretty at 5-1. Omnic is just too fast right now, reacting quickly to pull Lancer right off their box. Really shaking the confidence of the higher rated player here. Looking at the total numbers, Omnic has only won about 34% of his career matches. He's really playing above his usual level today. It's impressive, because he's managed to push a player who typically has a much more stable presence on the server. Lancer needs to respond quickly if he wants to get back in this. Omnic is just cruising along with a 7-3 lead. The favorite is finally starting to fight back. That was a fast one. Lancer is starting to close the gap as we approach the midway mark. Omnic holds an 8-4 lead as we head into the break. I mean, we expected Lancer to take care of business here. Instead, the underdog is putting himself in a great spot to steal this series. Time for a total reset. Omnic's firmly in control with a 9-4 cushion. He is really playing a different game than he did in that Mappa series. What a nail-biter! Omnic manages to pull through, picking Lancer off the box in a total firefight. Lancer is really struggling to find a way back into this one. And the momentum shifts right back to the favorite as he secures another win. The lower seed is putting on an absolute clinic. He's just not letting up, standing on the edge of victory now. He's making the most of his status as the pre-match favorite. And there it is! He closes it out with an incredible finish to secure the victory. He really walked all over the competition today, just a total shift in power compared to how their matches usually go. Lancer was just a bit too slow to react to Zeth holding that ramp. It's a complete deadlock right now, with both players trading blows. Zeth has definitely been the stronger player in their head-to-head history. Zeth is coming into this with a strong 8-win streak. It's interesting to see that momentum stall out against Lancer early on. He's normally been the more consistent finisher in their previous encounters, so he'll be wondering where those gaps in positioning are coming from. Lancer is really pushing the pace now, and Zeth just couldn't find a way to hold that ramp. Lancer is really putting that favorite status to the test. Unreal. Zeth barely clings to life with 9 HP left after dragging Lancer off the ramp. That's a massive breath of relief for the survivor here. Zeth keeps a slim lead, moving ahead 4-3. His current form has been terrifyingly efficient over these last few games. Zeth shuts down that push and secures his 3rd straight win by picking Lancer off the ramp. A fierce exchange of shots, but Zeth manages to outlast him and keep this hot streak rolling. The higher rated player is really making his presence felt here. Lancer fights through the damage to shut Zeth down from the ramp, showing some real grit here. The underdog is refusing to go away quietly. Lancer has a 48% success rate on this specific layout, but that historical edge isn't translating today. You know, the numbers show him struggling in his most recent outings, and Zeth seems to be reading his patterns perfectly. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly, the underdog is playing exactly as we hoped. He's really leveraging that head-to-head advantage over Lancer to keep this lead secure. Time to see who blinks first. Zeth is still firmly in command with an 8-5 lead. Zeth's recent form is truly something to behold. Zeth is absolutely dominating right now, sitting at 9-5. He's really capitalizing on his current hot streak. Zeth secures another victory from the ramp, firmly reclaiming the lead. He's bringing that same energy from his win an hour ago. Lancer clears the ramp effortlessly to get back into the game. He's trying to break a tough slide after those last few matches. Lancer manages to shut Zeth down from the ramp again, really closing the gap in this series. It's a tough stretch for the higher seeded player right now. Lancer manages to hold his ground and secures another one, pushing his streak to 3. He's looking much sharper than he did in those opening games. What a fight! Zeth barely survives this one, scrubbing Lancer off the ramp with a tiny bit of health to spare. Just barely got out of there alive. Zeth completely shuts him down with a flawless peek, bringing the tally to 12-8. The pressure is clearly mounting for the lower ranked competitor. And there it is. Zeth clinches the victory by picking him off the ramp. He's just on another level right now, continuing this incredible run of form across the board. Zef has a massive 90% win rate over his last 10 matches. He's been in incredible form lately, though he struggled in a few of their previous meetings. It will be interesting to see if that confidence carries him through this set. Omnic's really heating up with a 2-1 commanding lead. He's definitely fighting an uphill battle with that rank disparity. We've got a dead heat early on. Neither one of these guys is giving an inch so far. Both of these guys have been fighting hard across their sets today. Zeth has clawed back to take a 3-2 lead. Just another look at the dominant head-to-head record for him. Unbelievable. He barely survives that exchange with a sliver of health to keep the run alive. That high percentage of recent wins is starting to reflect here. A tough fight, but he just keeps winning these duels, extending his lead to 5-2. His current form has been absolutely frightening to see. He's just steamrolling right now, securing another point with a lightning-fast reaction. Zeth survives a chaotic firefight to put himself in total control of this set. Zeth's a substantial presence throughout the rankings for this league. Omnic manages to disrupt the momentum with a clean win of his own. The lower-seeded guy is trying to find a way back into this. Zeth's 46% success rate on this map gives him a significant tactical advantage. It's making a huge difference in how he's controlling the pace of these exchanges. Omnic really needs to find a way to break this rhythm if he wants to stay in the series. Zeth takes a big 9-3 lead into the break. He's completely taking over this map just as his recent form suggested. He really leaned into that 6-round surge to separate himself from Omnic early. Zeth is looming large with a massive 9-4 lead. He has a lot of ground to make up against a tough opponent. Omnic fights back, bringing the score to 5-9. He's showing a lot of grit considering their historical rivalry. Zeth just shuts that door quickly, keeping Omnic from building any real momentum here. Zeth is really proving that ranking difference right now. Omnic pulls that off quickly, catching Zeth right as he was trying to hold that ramp. Zeth still holds a solid 3-point edge at 10-7. It's a tough spot for the higher ranked player to be in. That was a grueling exchange, but Zeth just barely edges it out to maintain his command. He's definitely playing like the higher rated competitor in this side of the bracket. And that's another clean look for Zeth, putting him just 1 point away from victory. He's clearly playing with a huge amount of confidence right now. What a finale! He just shuts everything down to secure the series. Omnic played some good rounds, but he just couldn't keep up with the sheer pace the top seed was bringing today. What a chaotic start. Lancer barely scraps through that exchange to take the early lead. Lancer holds a decent overall advantage in their head-to-head history. It's a bit worrying that he's currently struggling to capitalize on it given his recent form. The pressure is definitely building on him to get things moving again. Unbelievable! Omnic barely escapes that slugfest with a sliver of health to take a commanding 3-1 lead. What a fight! He survives a brutal exchange by the skin of his teeth to keep this hot streak alive. He is just on fire right now, completely shutting down any chance of a comeback. Lancer finally gets a round back, slowing the momentum down just a bit. He's showing real grit now, walking away from that encounter without losing a single point of health. He's finally starting to play like the favorite we expected. Absolute chaos there. Omnic barely survives that exchange with a heartbeat left to his name. He's certainly carrying that momentum from their previous clash today. Lancer is currently sitting on a tough slump with only a 20% win rate in his last 10 games. It's becoming a pattern for him to struggle with his consistency today, and we're seeing that carry over into this match. He'll need to find a way to stop the slide if he wants to keep his head in this. A 9-3 lead for Omnic heading into the break. I mean, this is a nightmare for the favorite. We expected Lancer to take control here, but he's just completely collapsed. Fresh start coming up. Omnic is just dominating, pushing his lead to 10-3. He really looks shaken after that earlier blowout on Dunes. Omnic is just making these rounds look easy right now, putting on a real clinic in speed. It's a complete turnaround from their last overall meeting. He stays composed during the trade to put himself just one round away from victory. The underdog is completely flipping the script today. What a powerhouse performance. Omnic shuts the door and secures the match with a perfect final exchange. It's just a brutal stretch for Lancer as he's completely unable to find any answers for his opponent today. Zeth is entering this series in an incredible flow. Having won his last 10 matches, it's clear that momentum is carrying over from the victory he secured in their previous head-to-head clash. We'll see if Lancer can find any way to slow him down. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but Zeth scrapes by with practically nothing left. Lancer is really struggling to find any answers today. He completely shut him down this time, moving a step closer to a huge lead. The higher rating is definitely making an impact early on. He's just not letting up, securing another round to push his lead to a commanding 5-0. The higher rank is just asserting complete control here. Zeth simply refuses to drop a single point, knocking him right off the boost to move to a 6-0 lead. He's looking just as lethal as he did in their previous encounter. He's simply untouchable right now, extending this run to 7 straight. A rough stretch for the lower-seeded player. What a scramble! Zeth survives a brutal firefight by a hair to take his 8th straight. Zeth is proving why he holds the upper hand in their head-to-head history. Goodness, he almost let that slip. Both players were shredded in that exchange, but Zeth barely pulls through. His recent form is simply terrifying right now. Wow, he finally breaks through. Lancer fights his way back into the series. It's interesting, as the betting favorites usually leaned toward the other guy. Lancer has actually secured the better lifetime win percentage on this particular layout, and honestly, that long-term statistical advantage seems to be playing a role now. It'll be interesting to see if he can turn this into a genuine comeback. It's a 9-3 lead for Zeth going into the break. I mean, he's completely dismantled the supposed favorite here. Lancer is fighting an uphill battle after that 9-round skid to start the match. Time to see if Lancer can pivot. Lancer is making a statement now, showing a much more aggressive side to keep his streak alive. He really had the better positioning on that ramp. Zeth maintains a massive 10-4 cushion for now. He's currently riding a 10-match heatwave. Zeth is just blinking and winning these rounds. He's making this look effortless. Lancer's low spot on the ladder is really starting to show. Unbelievable, he barely survives that slugfest from the Tetris to move within one of the win. He's showing some serious nerves of steel to claw back through that. What a fight, he barely scrapes through with the win after that intense exchange. He's really keeping himself in the fight. He keeps the momentum moving with another clean shutdown. The pressure is really mounting on the favorite now. And that is it. Zeth closes it out to secure the victory. Just an absolutely crushing performance. He's completely owning this rivalry lately and looked far too strong for his opponent. Zeth has dominated this rivalry with 325 all-time wins, and he's carrying a massive amount of confidence into this set right now. He's actually entering this map on an incredible 11-game winning streak. It'll be tough for Omnic to find an answer if the pressure keeps mounting. A brutal exchange, but he manages to clear Omnic off the wine just in time. He's really acting like the favorite right now. The momentum is completely on his side now, which is a nightmare for Omnic. The higher seed is really making a statement here. Unbelievable. He scrapes through that one with practically nothing left, keeping the streak alive at 5-0. Omnic comes through with a swift response, taking a clean round here. A strong showing from someone currently sitting at rank 32. Omnic is currently struggling with a low 34% all-time win rate across his career. It's clear he's playing with a lot of desperation right now, and he's fighting through a huge historical disadvantage. He's really trying to push back against the odds here. Zeth just shuts that down instantly, reclaiming his rhythm. His game is showing right now. A total shutdown here, showing some real grit from the underdog. He certainly isn't playing like a massive underdog right now. Zeth was far too quick for him there, catching Omnic right as he stepped off the wine. The higher seeded player is definitely feeling comfortable here. We're heading into the break with Zeth holding a 7-5 lead. Honestly, this is a very balanced start, and it's a fair reflection of how close these two have been in their recent head-to-head clashes. Time to see if Omnic adapts. Zeth is firmly in control at 8-5. Just a sheer contrast to how his day has gone so far. Zeth is just cruising right now, leading 9-5. He's really putting that recent success against Lancer to good use. Absolutely effortless, he just shuts the door on any hope of a comeback with another perfect round. A hard-fought exchange that finally goes in Omnic's favor. He's definitely showing some resilience after that earlier defeat today. Zeth is really tightening his grip on this one, just refusing to let Omnic get any air. Omnic just makes a really quick read on Zeth, pulling him right off those wine barrels. Omnic is really tightening the gap here. He's putting together a solid run to bring this almost even. Simply lightning fast. That's another one for Omnic as he refuses to let up. Zeth answers back immediately, putting himself just a single point away from victory. What a finish! Zeth closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. He looked completely untouchable today. Omnic put up a fight, but he just couldn't break that momentum. Lancer takes a quick lead here, using that ramp height to secure the first point of the set. Lancer is really putting the pressure on early, catching Omnic right there in the window. He's looking to make up for that blowout loss in their previous meeting. Lancer currently leads their lifetime head-to-head match history 44-36. It's a strong historical cushion, but that doesn't erase the fact that Omnic is coming off a massive win over him in their very last encounter. He'll need to find a way to regain that confidence quickly. Unreal! He was almost out of the fight, but somehow managed to close that out. Lancer is playing like a man possessed after that rough start to his day. He simply refuses to let up, clearing Omnic off the wall to take a commanding 5-1 lead. The slight favorite is certainly making his case right now. Omnic puts a stop to the run, shutting him down from the window. A tight battle between two players, nearly identical in rating. That's a very fast response from him. He's fighting hard to erase that early deficit. The comeback is really starting to materialize, with another effortless entry to close the gap. Lancer is looking completely shaken right now. And that's a complete reversal as Omnic earns his 4th straight point to tie things up. Lancer is really struggling to put a stop to this collapse. Omnic is absolutely on fire, holding the ramp to secure a 5th straight point. His confidence is skyrocketing after that clean sweep. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break and is effectively stealing this set from the favorite. He played some incredible rounds to erase that early deficit, and right now he's the one with all the momentum. Lancer needs to wake up here. He is simply too fast, securing another point with a perfectly placed burst. That's another clean exit for the player on the ropes. Omnic secures another one from the ramp, extending his lead to 9-5. The underdog is completely dictating the pace right now. A complete shutdown, and he's just not letting this lead slip away. The momentum has completely shifted away from the higher rated side. He's just outclassing him right now, putting a ridiculous grip on this match. Everything's falling apart for the higher seeded side. He's simply untouchable right now, putting himself one step away from a huge victory. Lancer finally finds his mark, stopping a potential quick finish. A needed breath for him to finally slow that momentum down. Absolutely sensational. Omnic closes out the set with a huge final blow to seal the victory. Lancer just can't find an answer for this guy lately. That's a tough result to swallow when you've historically had the edge. Zeth has been absolutely unstoppable lately, winning 12 straight matches. It's a stark contrast to Lancer, who has struggled to find a win in his last 6. If Zeth keeps this pace, it'll be a very long set for the other side. Another instant flick, and he's just completely in control of this opening. Absolutely crushing it. Zeth extends the lead and refuses to let up. He just wipes him right off that box, continuing his steer through this map. The head-to-head history heavily favors the man on top right now. He is just completely in his element, picking up another effortless round to keep the streak alive. The higher rank is showing his class today. He's just outclassing everything Lancer throws at him, moving to a huge 7-0 lead. Unreal! Lancer claws back around in a total shootout, barely surviving with a sliver of health. Lancer actually holds the map edge with a 50% win rate here. It's interesting to see that shifting the momentum and allowing him to climb back into this game. Now we just have to see if he can keep the pressure up. He is simply on fire right now, securing another lightning fast kill as he rolls toward the break. It's 8-4 for Zeth heading into the break. I mean, the underdog is putting on a show here. Lancer is having a rough time keeping up despite his better history on these dunes. Fresh start for the boys. Lancer still needs 3 more to even the score. He is fighting a tough slump today after that 6-13 loss to Omnic. Lancer is refusing to fade away, putting up another huge play to bridge the gap. The momentum is swinging completely toward the underdog now. Zeth holds a 3-round cushion as we start 15. Zeth is playing like his rank 25 standing suggests. Zeth still has a solid 4-round cushion here. The overall match history reflects the current struggle. Lancer is fighting hard, keeping himself very much in the hunt here. It's a different story than their first meeting of the day. Lancer had a brief moment of hope there, but Zeth is right back in the driver's seat. That's the 36th head-to-head win he's claimed across their career. These exchanges have become a real coin flip, with neither player able to string more than 1 round together. He managed to keep his composure for a clean finish. What a scramble! He manages to survive a chaotic firefight with almost nothing left to keep the surge going. He's really digging deep to keep this dream alive. Lancer is on an absolute tear now, securing his 3rd straight round to narrow the gap. His resilience is starting to pay off in a big way. He shuts down the comeback attempt instantly, putting himself just 1 step away from victory. A crucial response from the man who entered this a slight favorite. And there it is! Zeth shuts the door on the competition to secure the victory. Lancer really threw everything he had at this, but he just couldn't close the distance in the end. What a fight! Zeth is currently on a massive 13-win streak, and honestly, you'd expect him to be dominating this series given that momentum. It'll be interesting to see if he can shake off the slow start and put his higher rating to use. We've got a deadlock at 1 apiece. He's certainly looking to repeat that 13-9 victory from their previous encounter. Omnic has leaped ahead, leading things 2-1. He's putting some serious pressure on the number 25 seed right now. Both players are trading blows right now, but it's Zeth who's managing to hold his ground. The head-to-head history definitely favors the higher ranked man. Omnic pushes further ahead, now commanding a 3-2 lead. The lower rated player is really making a statement early on. Omnic is just relentless, widening the gap to 4-2. Zeth's recent 23-13 record shows he's been on fire today. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, taking full control of the map. The momentum has completely shifted toward the rank 32 player. He just can't find an answer for this rhythm as he takes another one without taking any damage. He's making a huge climb from that 32nd spot on the ladder. A tighter exchange this time, but Zeth comes out on top to get back in this. The higher rated man is starting to find his footing here. He's continuing this climb, showing a lot of grit to get within 2 rounds of the lead. Looking a lot more like the veteran we expected to see today. Omnic has clearly shifted the dynamic here, despite trailing with a lifetime win rate of only 34%. It's an impressive display of resilience against a higher rated opponent. Now the focus turns to whether he can actually close this out. Omnic heads into the break with a commanding 8-4 lead. I mean, Zeth came in as the clear favorite here, but he's looking completely lost. He needs a total reset to stop this slide. Zeth strikes back, cutting the deficit to 8-5. He's certainly got the historical advantage in this rivalry. Omnic quickly regains his lead, pulling away to 9-5. This is a total flip of the expected narrative today. Omnic is just putting on a clinic with these reaction times. Zeth is getting picked apart. Absolutely breathless exchange, but he manages to edge out the win in a chaotic brawl. Zeth really fought for that one, barely scraping by. Omnic is just running away with this at 10-7. He's definitely playing to that slightly better win percentage on this map. Omnic is barely giving Zeth any room to breathe out there. Omnic is putting his recent win over Lancer to good use here. Zeth is starting to chip away at that lead, and we're seeing these rounds end in the blink of an eye. Omnic survives a frantic duel to secure a massive lead. The pressure is really mounting on Zeth right now. What a finish! He secures the final blow to claim the victory. To see the underdog pull this off after their previous clash is just wild. He really stepped up his game today. Lancer holds the historic advantage here with 44 career wins over Omnic. But he's really struggled to find that edge today after dropping their most recent duel. We have to see if he can shake off that recent slump to get back on top. Omnic is absolutely dominating this opening stretch, 2-0. He's really struggling with his form lately, coming off a long losing streak. Lancer really capitalized on that ramp position to tie things up for now. The higher rated player is refusing to let the game slip away. Things are deadlocked at 2 apiece for Lancer and Omnic. He's really fighting to erase that memory of their last 13-6 encounter. What a turnaround! He's completely flipped the script and now has 3 straight. Just a few rounds ago, the higher ranked player had all the control. Omnic answers back quickly to bring the score level. A tough start to the set for the favorite today. Lancer regains the lead, putting him 1 step ahead. He's desperate to stop those recent losses from piling up. Lancer has really struggled to find his footing. Having dropped a significant number of games today, it's clear he's desperate to flip the script after that 14-21 run over the last day. Now we have to see if he can keep this momentum going. Lancer's pushing ahead, now holding a 2-round cushion. That's definitely a better look than his last few series. Lancer is really starting to pull away, putting a serious gap between himself and Omnic as we approach the half. Lancer is firmly in control, looking every bit the favorite today. Lancer takes a narrow 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the result is pretty much exactly what we expected. He's staying composed and showing why he holds the historic edge in this rivalry. Let's see who finds their rhythm now. Lancer is widening the gap to 8-5. It's still a battle of lower ranked players here tonight. Lancer is just cruising now with a 9-5 lead. The underdog is feeling the pressure as the gap opens up. A completely untouched finish for the frontrunner, extending his current hot streak. His current form has been rough, yet the momentum has shifted completely. What a scrap! Omnic barely survives that, coming out on top after dragging Lancer off the ramp. That was a nail-biter, but he definitely needed that win. Unbelievable. He somehow claws through that exchange to secure a 2nd straight win. He's truly digging deep to keep his hopes alive. Lancer really needed that answer. He's firmly back in the driver's seat after those 2 close calls. He's proving a bit too much for the 31st ranked player here. Omnic is really making a push here, putting a lot of pressure on his opponent in these later stages. His current 40% recent form is starting to surface. Lancer makes quick work of that encounter, putting him on the verge of victory. That was a lightning fast sequence to take total control. And there it is. Lancer shuts the door and secures the match victory. That's a huge relief for him. He really needed to get a win under his belt today to stop the bleeding. Unbelievable. Lancer claws out the first round, barely surviving with a tiny sliver of health. Lancer is really making a statement early, using that wine position to take full control of the server. Just a blink of an eye and Zeth is gone. This is becoming a complete rout. Absolutely terrifying. He's simply not letting Zeth breathe this early on. Zeth answers back with a clean headshot, preventing a complete meltdown. A strong showing from the higher rated side of this pair. Lancer is comfortably ahead despite having the lower rating on the ladder. It's a surprising contrast to their head-to-head history, where Zeth usually holds the advantage. It will be interesting to see if Zeth can reverse the trend today. Lancer looks unstoppable with a commanding 6-2 lead. It's a bit of a turnaround from that 13-10 loss they just shared. These rounds are flying by. Lancer is just too quick for him right now. Lancer is really flipping the script on Zeth right now. He's just too sharp right now, extending that streak to 3 straight. The odds for this encounter were certainly favoring the other guy. Lancer is purely on fire, picking up another victory to put a serious grip on this first half. Lancer takes a massive 10-2 lead into the break. Well, he's certainly playing up to the expectations today. He is leaning on his better map history to put Zeth on the defensive early. Zeth needs a big wake-up call. Lancer is just playing a different game right now, completely taking over the server. Zeth is really feeling the pressure of those lost rounds. Another sharp round for Lancer, and now he's sitting on match point. It is just a complete reversal of what we expected to see. What a finish! Lancer shuts the door with a perfect final shot to claim the match. He just completely outplayed everything Zeth threw at him today, securing a massive revenge victory in this series. Zeth clearly has the edge in their head-to-head history with a 53% win rate over the long haul. But he's heading into this one on a bit of a skid. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can keep the pressure on him after that first round. Omnic is cruising with a commanding 2-1 lead. He's certainly proving why he entered this as the favorite. These are happening so fast. Omnic is really putting a lot of pressure on Zeth early on. Zeth has been playing a ton today, but he's not capitalizing. Omnic is just relentless, pushing the lead to 3-2. He's definitely feeling the weight of that rank 26 spot. Zeth claws back to make it a deadlock at 3-3. His overall win rate is hovering right around 40%. The tide has completely turned, and he is firmly in control now. It's a clean sweep for the favorite in this set. He's completely taken over this match, securing his 4th straight victory. That's a strong showing given his 22-14 run today. Omnic responds quickly, picking him off the box. That's a really shaky start for the higher rated player. We're all squared up now, total chaos at 5 apiece. He's certainly fighting through a tough patch today. Zeth regains the lead, putting himself up 6-5. He's definitely showing that 80% recent form in his last 10. We're locked in at 6 apiece heading into the break. You know, it's been a true battle of attrition so far. Zeth had that one scary burst of 4 straight, but Omnic has completely shut that down to keep things even. Let's see who finds their rhythm now. Unbelievable. He barely walks away from that exchange with a sliver of health left. Absolutely zero room for error on that one. Omnic takes that from the boost and he's really starting to pile on the pressure now. That's a tough spot to be in, especially with the rating gap. Omnic is simply too hot right now, picking up another win to keep this surge alive. He is simply untouchable right now, taking a full 4 rounds in a row. Another fast result for the top seed, who just can't be stopped right now. Zeth finally puts a stop to that run and gets a round back. He's managing to hold his own despite the deficit. Omnic fires from the Tetris to secure a 12-7 lead and move into match point. A huge blow to the underdog's hopes. Zeth survives a fierce firefight to keep himself in the game. He's definitely refusing to go down without a fight. Game over. Omnic shuts the door with a perfect final kill to secure the victory. Zeth had some brilliant moments in there, but he just couldn't close the door when it mattered most. Lancer usually has the upper hand with a 55% lifetime win rate in this head-to-head match. It makes this early deficit surprising given his overall consistency against Omnic. We'll see if he can recover his composure. Omnic is just too fast right now, catching Lancer before he could even use that elevation. We're completely deadlocked at 2 apiece. Neither player has managed to pull ahead yet. Omnic takes a slim lead, putting Lancer on the back foot. Omnic is showing plenty of confidence despite those previous head-to-head losses. This has become a real toss-up, with neither player able to sustain any real momentum. Omnic keeps the pressure high, leading 4-3. A nice response after that 13-8 loss to him recently. Lancer fights back to even things up at 4-all. Omnic has certainly found more consistency in his last 10 matches. Unreal, he barely claws out the victory after an absolute slugfest of a round. Pure chaos. Lancer has forced a 5-5 stalemate. His recent form has definitely improved over the last 10 games. Omnic edges ahead, taking a narrow 6-5 lead. We're all tied up at 6 apiece heading into the break. Well, Lancer hasn't quite broken away yet, but he's holding his own as expected. This is shaping up to be a real grind for both players. Fresh start for both. Omnic grabs the lead by 1, putting Lancer under pressure. Slightly higher on the ladder, but that's not weighing in much yet. Lancer just levels the playing field, making it 7 apiece. A solid effort, and he's definitely playing to his expected favor today. These exchanges are happening so fast, it's essentially a coin flip every time they peak. Omnic is putting together a strong run with a 50% win rate in his last 10 outings, and honestly, he's looking much more cohesive today than he has in his recent overall form. Lancer needs to find some answers quickly, or this lead will become permanent. He's just untouchable right now, racking up another victory to keep this hot streak alive. It is a tough spot for the favorite to be in. Lancer finally breaks through with a hard-fought win, keeping himself in the running. Lancer is fighting through a tough stretch after that 16-19 outing today. He's refusing to go away, putting together another straight win to keep this climb alive. Just a quick, clean exchange to get the ball rolling. He wins a tight duel to reach match point. That was incredibly fast, just a split-second reaction to end it. What a response. He claims the top of the box and keeps his hopes alive. He is starting to look like the favorite again. Lancer refuses to quit, surviving a brutal exchange to close the gap to 11-12. The momentum has completely shifted since those first few exchanges. Absolute perfection on the final shot to seal the deal for Omnic. Lancer really pushed him to the brink on a map where he usually dominates, a gutsy showing from both sides. What a battle! Zeth has historically dominated this pairing with 37 wins overall. It's surprising to see him struggling this early since he's usually the one in control here. We have to see if he can shake off the early pressure. Lancer tried to hold that angle from the ramp, but Zeth was just too quick to react. He's looking to bounce back from that tough loss on Italy. We're all tied up at 2 apiece now. He's putting that higher ladder rating into practice right now. Unreal. Zeth barely clings to life after a wild trade holding that ramp to move ahead. He's proving why he's currently sitting higher on the ladder. Lancer secures the edge from the ramp, bringing the score back to a dead heat. The momentum shift follows a similar pattern to their match on Italy. Zeth takes a narrow lead, moving up to 4. Zeth is playing with a lot more confidence than his recent loss streak suggests. Lancer puts Zeth right back in his place, punishing him for playing too high on that ramp. He's really fighting back after that tough series loss to Omnic. Zeth is on a roll right now, making a quick play to secure that lead. The higher ranked man is starting to exert his will here. Lancer claws back to make it 5-all. Both players have had plenty of action throughout today's sets. What a scramble! Zeth barely survives that chaotic exchange from the ramp to maintain his narrow edge. It's a tough grind for him given those recent results. Zeth holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, he's really playing like the superior seed right now. Lancer has the map advantage, but he's struggling to keep pace with Zeth's current form. Switching sides, let's see who blinks. Lancer tried to hold the high ground, but Zeth just won the race to the top of that ramp. The gap in their ratings is becoming very apparent. Lancer just can't find a way to stop this run as Zeth puts another round on the board. Zeth is looking much steadier than those early losses today. Lancer has a 48% win rate on this particular map. It's an edge that's really starting to manifest as he closes the gap. He's finally starting to put that historical comfort to good use. Lancer really needs to find an answer here as Zeth is starting to push his lead even further. The top tier player is really starting to exert his authority. Lancer just tore right through him on that ramp, keeping this series within reach. Zeth has a few more wins in his pocket today overall. Lancer is showing some serious grit here, taking another round to keep the deficit manageable. Zeth manages to trade out that ramp battle, and now the pressure is really mounting for Lancer. Coming into this, most expected him to pull through exactly like this. Lancer shuts him down on the ramp, refusing to let the deficit grow. This isn't the easy victory his seeding promised. A complete shutdown of the ramp as he keeps the pressure on. A total reversal from the expected outcome of this duel. Pure chaos now as both players are staring down the finish line. Squeaking through that exchange by a hair, Lancer keeps the roll going and moves into a commanding position. Unbelievable! Lancer barely survives the scrap to close it out and complete the comeback. Just an incredible shift in momentum from the guy on the lower seed to pull this off. He really fought through Zev's dominance today. What a fight. Zeth holds a significant historical lead in their direct matchups. It's interesting to see him lean into that confidence here. I wonder if he can keep this early momentum going to reclaim his spot as the dominant force in this pair. Things are deadlocked now with both at 1. A huge confidence boost for the underdog in this early stretch. Omnic pulls ahead by 1 after a tight struggle. That puts a huge amount of pressure on the favorite. The pace is just electric. These two are trading rounds back and forth, making this an absolute nail-biter. Omnic takes a commanding 3-2 lead. The higher seed is really feeling the heat right now. Omnic is just cruising right now, 4-2. Zeth had the edge in most of their previous encounters. The lead is shifting again. These two are just refusing to let anyone pull away. Zeth is looking really sharp right now, completely ignoring that high ground to take control of the match. A much needed turnaround for Zeth after those recent struggles. Unreal. He claws out a victory by the skin of his teeth to keep the streak alive. He's playing a lot of high-pressure games today. Zeth claims another one from the container, putting his momentum firmly in control. The higher rank is certainly showing through in these exchanges. Zeth just shreds him right off the container to extend this run to 5. It looks like the seed advantage is really kicking in. It's 7-5 for Zeth heading into the break. He's playing exactly to the expectations as the favorite here. That 5-round run gave him a solid cushion, but Omnic is still very much in the fight. Time to swap sides. Zeth is currently sitting on a 22-14 record over the last day. It is clearly a strong day for him, and that confidence is translating directly into his positioning. He's looking entirely too comfortable right now. A patient play here, and he manages to close it out without taking a single hit. A very clean victory there to keep the deficit manageable. He is really refusing to let this match slip away, putting together another effortless round to close that gap. Zeth is just dominating now with a 9-7 lead. He really seems to have this specific map figured out. He's showing a lot of grit, putting up a strong response to stay right in the mix. Omnic is making it a battle of nerves. What a statement. He just wipes the floor with Zeth to even the score. Zeth is definitely feeling the pressure of that favorite tag right now. Zeth edges ahead by a single round. He's definitely capitalizing on his higher standing in the rankings. What a scrap. He barely walks away from that disaster, but he brings the score completely level. A complete reset of the board as we head into the final stretch. The pace is picking up as we near the end, and Zeth is looking very sharp in these short bursts. It is just another battle in a massive 600-game rivalry. A complete shutdown of that burst, leaving Zeth just one round away from victory. Absolute precision on that final shot. Omnic refuses to go quietly, answering back with a lightning-fast shot to stay alive. Zeth survives that brutal exchange and closes out the series. Omnic really pushed him to the limit there, but that last exchange just wasn't enough to stop the momentum. What a fight! Lancer usually has the upper hand in this head-to-head, leading the overall series 45-38. It's interesting because he was the slight favorite today, but he's fighting an uphill battle after losing their most recent meeting. He'll need to shake off that loss quickly. Omnic is really finding his rhythm, leading 2-1. The lower seed is proving he can hang with the best today. Omnic is looking very sharp right now, putting a lot of pressure on Lancer early on. The rankings were close, but that's an imposing lead early on. Omnic is just dominating here, sitting comfortably at 4-1. It looks like a complete reversal of their recent meeting. He's showing some real grit here, answering back with a perfectly clean kill. That was an incredibly quick exchange to get back in the game. Omnic is currently showing far more confidence with a 60% win rate in his last 10 matches. And honestly, that's reflecting in the way he's controlling the pace of this series. Lancer has to find some answers quickly or this is going to get out of hand. What a scramble. Both players were nearly gone, but he clings on to the victory by a thread. He is just refusing to go down today. Unreal. He nearly went down with that exchange, but he manages to claw out a narrow victory. Absolute perfection from Omnic to secure another win and keep the pressure high heading into the half. Omnic takes a surprising 8-4 lead into the break, and honestly, he's completely defied the odds today. Lancer had a significant historical advantage on this map, but he just can't keep up with the pace right now. Time for Lancer to wake up. Omnic is just relentless, now sitting at a 9-4 lead. He's really making the most of his rank advantage here. Omnic is just cruising now, extending the lead to 10-4. It's a nightmarish shift in momentum for the favorite. He's completely shut down the comeback attempt, taking a command over the series. It's a pattern we've seen since their last encounter today. A very clean response from Lancer to keep the score at 5-11. A rare moment of struggle for the number 31 rated player. He wins that frantic duel and is now one step away from victory. Lancer has really struggled to find any footing tonight. What a finish. He wraps up the map with a perfect headshot to secure the victory. Lancer just couldn't find any answers for those lightning fast reactions today. He really struggled to keep up. Lancer tries to use the ramp for an advantage, but Zeth was just too quick to react. Lancer looks really comfortable in this early stretch, taking control and trading blows quickly. Slightly surprising to see the favorite struggle out of the gate. Lancer is really starting to put the pressure on here, capitalizing on that height advantage on the ramp. The higher ranked player is currently on the ropes. We've got a dead heat now with Lancer and Zeth tied up at 2 apiece. Zeth definitely looks like the stronger player in this matchup. Lancer secures the lead, putting Zeth in a tough spot. Lancer is fighting through a bit of a slump today. The reaction times are incredible right now. We are seeing these exchanges happen in a fraction of a second. Both of these guys are really fighting for every single frame. Zeth is really starting to stack up the rounds here, comfortably taking a narrow lead. He really likes this particular matchup, having a strong history here. Zeth takes control from the ramp, continuing a strong run to move to 5-3. He's showing why the odds were in his favor today. Zeth is completely in control now, popping Lancer off the ramp to claim a 4th straight. His head-to-head advantage is really starting to show here. He is just unstoppable right now, marking a 5th consecutive win for the leader. He's certainly making his recent 22-14 form look legitimate today. That was an absolute war, but Zeth manages to outlast him to extend his run. This is precisely how you'd expect the better ladder rank to perform. Zeth takes an 8-4 lead, and honestly, the underdog is putting on a show. He completely took over with a 6-round run, putting Lancer in a huge hole heading into the second half. Lancer needs to shake things up. Zeth holds a significant historical advantage, having won 56% of their lifetime matchups. He is really capitalizing on that psychological edge right now, and honestly, he seems to have his number today. He's just too fast, continuing this momentum to sit on an 11-4 cushion. He keeps the heat on, putting himself just 1 round away from the victory. Lancer really can't find a way to break this stranglehold. Unbelievable finish. He closes it out with a clean shot from the ramp to secure the map. A total blowout in the end. He just had an unbelievable eye for the head today. Zef enters this series with a substantial lead in their head-to-head history. Well, it is an interesting start for Omnic, considering he just dropped his last encounter against Zef in a close 11-13 finish. He will need a strong start to overcome that mental hurdle. Omnic is surging ahead with a narrow 2-1 lead. He's looking like the favorite now. Omnic is playing with a lot of confidence early on, really putting the pressure on Zeth here. Zeth is definitely feeling that loss to Lancer right now. Omnic is just dominating, sitting pretty at 4-1. He is simply too fast right now, extending his lead to 5-1. Zeth is certainly looking more vulnerable than he did at the start. This is getting out of hand. He's now sitting on a 4-round tear. Zeth is usually the one holding the advantage in this rivalry. Zeth finally answers back with a sharp response to get a round on the board. It's a bit of a wake-up call for the higher rated side. Zeth is really starting to move toward the 22-14 record he's put up today. And honestly, he's showing that he can handle the pressure when his back is against the wall. I wonder if this momentum will be enough to close the gap completely. Omnic keeps the momentum, extending it to 7-4. It shows why he's sitting higher on the ladder. Omnic takes a strong 8-4 lead into the break. Right, he's completely flipped the script on this one. I mean, he's really making a statement given that Zeth has historically owned the head-to-head matchups. Time to see if Zeth responds. Zeth claws one back, narrowing the gap to 8-5. The top 30 rank is starting to show his strength. He is putting on a clinic right now, refusing to let the deficit break his spirit. He is certainly playing his way back into the driver's seat. Omnic shuts the door on that rally to make it 9-6. The lower rated side is simply not letting up. Omnic quickly identifies him on the wine and puts himself in a great spot. Another fast reaction from the frontrunner, completely stifling that brief comeback attempt. Zeth is back in the game, securing another round for himself. It's a tough mountain to climb for the higher ranked player. Zeth is starting to string these together, which is always a dangerous sign for the man in the lead. The higher seed is starting to exert his will. Another swift shot by Omnic to put him just 1 point away from victory. Zeth refuses to fold, securing a clean response to keep his hopes alive. What a finish! Omnic closes the series with a lightning fast shot to secure the victory. He just completely erased that previous loss from their last meeting. A really impressive way to settle the score on Italy. What a fight! Both players were nearly empty, but Omnic edges it out by a hair. Lancer holds a solid career advantage with 45 wins over Omnic in their head-to-head history. But looking at the immediate past, Omnic actually took their most recent match by a wide margin. It'll be interesting to see if that's a trend or just a fluke. Total deadlock now, with Lancer and Omnic tied up. Lancer is really fighting to keep his head high today. Omnic is really starting to put the pressure on, securing a narrow lead in this series. He's really continuing that hot form from his last 10 games. We're completely tied up at 3 apiece. A huge contrast to how Lancer looked in their last encounter. What a scramble! He barely clings to life to secure the lead. He's clearly shaking off the rust from that tough match against Zeth. Back to a square one, both at 4 now. A tough stretch for Lancer, who is really feeling those recent losses. Omnic has seized control, leading 5-4. His current form is looking far more dangerous than his career average. Omnic completely shuts him down from the ground, picking him right off the box for another win. A clean finish for Lancer to tighten the gap before the break. A solid showing for Lancer, who has historically dominated his pairing. Omnic goes into the break with a 7-5 advantage, and honestly, he's playing way above his usual 34% win rate here. This is a surprising turn of events for Lancer, who looked like the lock for this win. Fresh starts now. Lancer closes the gap, leaving Omnic just 1 ahead. The higher ranked man is fighting to keep his narrow grip here. And just like that, Lancer levels the field at 7-all. Lancer's all-time 46% win rate is starting to show through here. Unreal. He nearly went down, but somehow managed to scrape through with a narrow victory. That's a huge boost for the man currently sitting at rank 31. A complete stalemate at 8 apiece. His last 24 hours have been a bit of a struggle. Lancer pushes ahead and now commands a slim lead. Looking at his last 10, it's a complete turnaround for this man. Lancer shuts the door on that run and simply clears him off the box. A rough way to follow that dominant 13-5 victory recently. Lancer is simply on fire right now, securing another effortless victory to extend his streak. Omnic answers back immediately with a lightning-fast kill, showing some real grit here. Omnic refuses to let this match slip away, keeping the pressure high to keep himself in the fight. He just cannot stop right now, extending the run and bringing things completely level. Everything is on the line for the veteran in this fight. Omnic is simply unstoppable right now, putting his opponent off the box to reach match point. He's totally flipped the script from their previous encounter. Absolute chaos in that trade. Lancer barely survives the exchange to force this game into overtime. What a nail-biter, both of them are just refusing to crack. Lancer has completely seized the momentum, and it feels like he's just starting to hit his stride. The momentum is swinging, but the overall head-to-head still favors the man in control. A stunning response from Omnic, erasing the deficit to keep the overtime battle completely level. We are seeing some incredibly quick exchanges tonight. This series is basically coming down to who can react first. A total shutdown from the challenger, who is simply refusing to let this game slip away. Complete chaos. Now we've got a total deadlock on our hands. Omnic just wipes him off the box and puts himself in a position to close this out. That's a brutal way to see his momentum evaporate. A flawless execution to flatten the score and put Lancer within one step of victory. Both men are just refusing to blink in this overtime marathon. Omnic clings to a tiny edge at 16-15. Omnic stays in front holding a slim 2-point cushion. A huge shift for the man currently sitting at the top of the pack. Lancer is trailing by just a single point now. Lancer really has a storied history of winning these battles. Omnic keeps a firm grip with an 18-16 lead. It's a complete contrast to how he struggled against Cross earlier today. Omnic is pulling away now, commanding a 3-point advantage. He's finally managed to break that historical dominance and secure his second win in a row against this guy. Hard-fought victory. Zeph currently holds a clear 38-29 advantage in their head-to-head history. It's interesting because the betting outlook usually favors Lancer in these matchups. We'll see if Zeph can continue to defy those expectations today. All square now as we head into round 3. Lancer is fighting hard to shake off that rough 14-22 day. Unreal. He barely closed through that exchange, surviving by a thread to take a 2-round lead. Hard to forget that crushing 13-4 result they had recently. He's absolutely owning this server, extending the streak to 3 straight. He's really playing the spoiler tonight. Lancer just deleted him right off that ramp, keeping the momentum firmly in his hands. He's simply too fast right now, cruising to 5 straight. Hard to see Zeph's ranking advantage playing a role right now. Lancer secures another win from the ramp, really taking control of this match. This is a complete flip from that 13-4 blowout their last meeting. Zeph finally finds his mark, shutting down that run with a clean stop. A quick reminder that Zeth has the better history on this terrain. Zeth has definitely been the more productive of the two today with a 22-14 record over the last day. He's looking very comfortable out there. And this sudden shift in momentum could be the start of another dominant run. Zeth is simply unstoppable right now, peeling him off the ramp for a 4th straight victory. He's finally starting to play like the heavy favorite we expected. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's holding a narrow edge, but Zeth's strong finish makes this a total toss-up heading into the second half. Time to see who blinks first. Zeth digs deep to win another scramble, refusing to let the lead slip away further. That's a huge boost of confidence to start the half. He's showing incredible grit here, evening the score with a completely effortless shot. The pressure is mounting for both of these guys now. Lancer edges ahead again, clinging to that 1-round lead. A gritty effort coming from the player ranked 35th on the ladder. An absolute shutout there, and we've got a dead heat at 8 apiece. Both players are refusing to give an inch tonight. What a fight! He survives a brutal shootout to reclaim the lead. He's just a survivor in this set, barely coming out on top. He's showing a lot of heart right now, bringing this series right back to a deadlock. Neither of these two is letting the other breathe. A surprising turnaround as he completely shuts down that momentum and takes the lead. It's starting to feel like a standard day at the office for him. Zeth is absolutely on fire, taking this round without losing a single point of health. Lancer manages to claw back a point, keeping himself right in the thick of it. Zeth is still leaning on that superior map percentage. The table has completely turned. Lancer was on the ropes a few minutes ago, but now he's the one putting the pressure on. Zeth is putting on a clinic right now, and a single round stands between him and victory. Zeth pulls off a magnificent comeback to seal the series with a flawless closing play. Lancer really pushed him to the limit there, especially with those couple of near-death escapes. He just couldn't close it out. What a battle! Omnic is off to a fast start, catching Zeth right as he was moving up the ramp. Zeth just can't seem to find an answer for Omnic's speed right now. Zeth really needs to start pushing back, especially since he usually holds the edge here. Absolutely effortless. He's just completely shut down any hope of a comeback right now. Zeth shows some grit here, picking him off the ramp to keep this fight alive. The top-seeded player finally finds some footing. Omnic just wasn't letting him breathe up there, catching Zeth on the ramp for a quick finish. Really tough look for the favorite right now. He's refusing to fold, clawing back another round to keep the pressure on. The upper hand should be his, given the expectations for this series. Zeth actually owns the long-term history here with 327 total wins over Omnic. It's a surprising shift in dynamics considering Zeth was the clear favorite coming into this. He'll need to start leaning into that experience to flip the momentum. Omnic is cruising with a commanding 6-3 lead. Zeth has been more consistent throughout the day with that 23-13 record. A sharp burst from the ramp secures this one as he starts his climb back into the match. He's looking to regain that usual authority in this series. Zeth simply refuses to quit, picking him right off that ramp to keep things tight heading into the break. Zeth has the momentum fully swung his way now. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, Zeth is usually the one pulling ahead in these matchups, but he's struggling to keep pace here. He needs to tighten up for the second half. Let's see if Zeth can pivot. He walked right through that engagement, keeping his health bar completely full for a steady 7-6 tally. Zeth is certainly starting to look like the higher rated competitor. Omnic is just not letting Zeth settle in, quickly shutting him down as he tried to hold that ramp. He's definitely not letting his lower ladder rank get in the way today. Zeth is refusing to let this match slip away, stepping up once more to keep the score tight. He's really trying to bridge that gap in skill we saw on the ladder. He's completely erased the deficit, bringing the series back to a dead heat. Things are looking very different than how they started this series. He's taking full control now, securing a third straight to move ahead in the series. Pure confidence from the man who started the day in the spotlight. Unreal Omnic barely clings to life, surviving with just 7 health to even this series up. The momentum is shifting back for the lower rated player. He puts out a quick burst to reclaim the lead, showing some serious heart to stay in this. He just can't get anything going today, and Omnic is more than happy to punish that sloppy positioning on the ramp. He's staring down the finish line now, taking this round without losing a single point of health. He is really starting to play like the heavy favorite here. Zeth stays aggressive and knocks the lead back to his favor, moving into a position to close this out. He keeps the dream alive, shutting down the match point attempt for now. He's really proving he can hang with the elite tier of the ladder. What a finish! He closes it out with a perfect shot to seal the victory. He really pushed the veteran to the brink there, but that last stand was just too much to overcome. What a match! Lancer has usually held the upper hand with a 53% win rate in their history. But looking at their recent form, Omnic has a massive advantage in confidence right now. He's really putting the pressure on since the first round. Lancer is just a notch ahead at 2-1. He's shaking off a rough morning after that loss to Zeth. We are completely deadlocked early on, and it feels like a coin toss right now. Lancer is definitely feeling the weight of his recent slump. Lancer claws back to a 3-2 lead. Omnic is the higher rated competitor on the ladder right now. Absolutely wild, he scrapes through that encounter with a sliver of health to take a 2-round lead. He's really trying to flip the script on their most recent encounter. Lancer edges ahead once more, leading 4-3. He's really capitalized on that high percentage run from his last few games. Lancer is really finding his feet here, especially considering that rough 12-23 run he's had over the last day. It's a big shift in momentum from his previous meetings with Omnic, who usually knows exactly how to shut him down. Now the pressure is squarely on the higher ranked player to mount a comeback. Lancer's pulling away now, firmly holding a 2-round cushion. Omnic had a strong 18-17 run over the last 24 hours. Lancer is just dominating the map right now, using the ramp to secure another quick win. A real contrast to that 1916 loss on Dunes. Lancer heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. Well, everything is playing out exactly how we thought it would. He's purely outclassing his opponent so far, regardless of Omnic's recent rankings. Omnic needs to wake up fast. Lancer is just running away with it at 9-4. A complete reversal from how his previous match went against Zeth. Lancer just tightened his grip, pushing to 9-5. He's definitely fighting back into that ranking gap. Omnic is starting to chip away at that lead, and these quick exchanges are definitely swinging things in his favor. The resurgence is real, and he's now locked in with a 3-round surge. The tide is turning quickly against the former favorite. He puts a stop to that momentum shift, regaining a bit of ground. Lancer seems determined to avenge that loss from their most recent meeting. Lancer is just piling on the rounds now, and you can tell he's really smelling blood. It's impressive to see him push ahead given that 30% recent trend. A complete shutdown of his opponent, and now we are at match point. Absolutely cold-blooded finish to put him in a desperate spot. Game over. He closes out the final round to secure the victory. He just completely flipped the script on the higher rated player today. Omnic simply couldn't find an answer for that momentum. Zeth really has Lancer's number, leading their overall head-to-head 39-29. It's a matchup that usually goes his way, so he's definitely starting this one with the confidence. Let's see if he can maintain that psychological edge. Zeth is just cruising right now with a 2-1 lead. The rating gap is a factor, but Lancer always plays him tough. Lancer has completely flipped the script, erasing Zeth's early lead with a quick win from the ramp. The pressure is clearly mounting for the higher seeded player here. Lancer puts him down off the ramp, taking complete control of the server. The higher seed is looking a bit shaky here. Zeth responds instantly by picking Lancer off the ramp, evening things up at 3-3. The higher rank is starting to assert himself more here. Zeth claws back the lead and now sits at 4. He's certainly playing like the favorite side today. Lancer strikes back and we are all squared up. It is a complete toss-up from here. Zeth really doesn't let him breathe for long, quickly shutting that down from the ramp. Zeth is really putting on a show right now, using that high ground to push his advantage even further. He just can't find a way to shut that toolbox position down. Zeth is completely in charge here, picking up another flawless round to stay ahead. Zeth takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, he's really capitalizing on his momentum right now. The underdog is comfortably ahead, though we'll see if Lancer can use that map advantage to climb back. New sides, new energy. Zeth is putting on a clinic, simply too quick for Lancer to keep up right now. He's certainly making the most of his 23-13 run today. Lancer manages to secure another one from the ramp, keeping this fight alive. Lancer definitely has a history of keeping these series competitive. Zeth is just outclassing him right now, taking out Lancer while he was perched up on the ramp. This is exactly the kind of form he's shown in his recent outings. Lancer has actually been the more consistent presence on this specific map, with a 43% win rate. And honestly, those favorable odds for Zeth might not be enough if Lancer keeps finding this gap in the defense. He is fighting back hard here. Lancer continues to surge, securing another win from the ramp to keep this rally alive. It is a whole new game now. Unreal. He manages to clutch out the victory with a sliver of health left. Lancer is just refusing to go away now. Zeth manages to shut him down at the window to regain a 2-round advantage. He's really looking solid compared to his recent games. Zeth secures a huge lead from the ramp, and now he is just 1 round away from the finish. And that's it. Zeth closes things out with another lightning-fast engagement to take the series. He really proved why those odds were in his favor today, putting together a great series of games. Zeph is entering this with a really strong 23-13 record over the last day, and honestly, it's clear that momentum is carrying over from his previous win against Omnic. It will be interesting to see if he can keep the pressure on through the first half. Absolutely untouchable right now, taking a full 3-round lead into the fourth. What a scramble. He almost gets taken out, but manages to scrap his way to a huge win. Omnic is fighting back hard after that close call. He's not backing down, stepping up with a completely effortless shot to bring the score closer. Unreal. He just wipes that off that box and levels the score. Zeth manages to edge out the engagement, reclaiming a slender lead. A tight spot for the number 31 ranked player here. Zeth has been extremely consistent across his last few series, starting this match with an impressive 23-13 daily record. You know that high level of execution is translating into a very controlled lead right now. He's looking to double down on his historical advantage in this matchup. Zeth keeps his composure to move ahead 6-4. A favorable head-to-head record is definitely playing a role here. That was an absolute war of attrition, and Omnic walks away with the win just before the half. He's showing a lot of grit in these high-pressure exchanges. We've got a 6-6 deadlock as we head into the break. Honestly, the map parity we saw in the pre-match data is playing out exactly as expected. Both players are trading blows and refuse to let the other pull away. Time to see who blinks first. Zeth strikes first after the break to take a 7-6 lead. He's looking very comfortable in the top 25 right now. Zeth pulls even further ahead, pushing it to 8-6. The gap in their overall win rates is barely noticeable. A complete shutdown by Omnic, who is refusing to let that lead slip away. Absolute lightning, fast movement from the side with the lower score. He's just completely in control, erasing Zeth's lead and bringing this match back to a dead heat. It looks like the underdog is finding a way to hold his own. Zeth barely holds the advantage as they sit at 9-8. He's maintaining that head-to-head dominance through the latter half. A perfect response from Omnic, bringing us back to a dead even split. Zero gap left between them as they stare down the final stretch. Zeth claims a slim 10-9 edge heading into round 20. Just a blur of a round, he erases his opponent instantly to lock things up at 10-all. Zeth is refusing to let this slip and has the upper hand moving forward. It's been a tough run for Omnic today after that loss to Lancer. Pure precision from Omnic to secure a dead heat at 11-all. The higher seed is starting to feel the pressure. A precise burst secures the lead, putting him just one round away from victory. Exactly what you expect from the favorite in this spot. What a finish! Zeth digs deep to survive a brutal exchange and closes out the series. Omnic really pushed him to the limit, but he just couldn't close that final gap. He's definitely going to be feeling that one. What a fight! Lancer takes the early lead, capitalizing on that high ground by the wine. Lancer is a significant favorite with 46 head-to-head wins over Omnic. He clearly has the upper hand in the overall rivalry, but you can tell that Omnic is playing with a lot more confidence right now. It'll be interesting to see if the favorite can shut down this early momentum. Lancer keeps the pressure on with a commanding 3-1 lead. Omnic is really struggling to find a footing today. Lancer is completely taking over here, looking absolutely sharp in that encounter. Looking like a repeat of their last meeting together. A flawless response from Omnic, proving he's not going to fold under that early pressure. Lancer is cruising along with a comfortable 5-2 cushion. Omnic is definitely feeling the weight of those recent losses today. Lancer is putting together a really strong run today after that 13-7 win over Omnic earlier. It's clearly showing in the way he's controlling the pace of this set. He's really making it look easy right now. He completely dismantles Omnic off the wine to extend that lead. Surprisingly, the lower rated player is the one dominating this series. Lancer is just on fire right now, and that's a huge 4-round surge. It's a tough spot for a player who's currently ranked higher on the ladder. Omnic manages to claw one back just before they head into the break. The higher rated player is finally making his mark. Lancer holds a big 9-3 lead heading into the break. He's simply outclassing Omnic right now. This is exactly what we expected to see given Lancer's strong history on Italy. Time to shake it off. Lancer is just relentlessly dominating, pushing it to 9-4. He's certainly fighting the good fight despite the ladder gap. Lancer hits double digits and puts a stranglehold on this. A huge contrast to his 12-23 run today. Lancer is just a hair's breadth away from closing this one out. He's looking incredibly sharp for someone sitting at rank 35. Lancer is completely in control here and needs only one more to wrap this up. It's just a bleak afternoon for the underdog. What a finish! He closes it out with a perfect final blow to secure the match. He's really showing why he owns the head-to-head record between these two. Just a total wipeout today. Zeth has the significant advantage in their head-to-head history, winning about 58% of their past encounters. It makes sense that he entered the match as the clear favorite. Now it's just a matter of seeing if he can shake off that slow start. Lancer is really putting the pressure on at 2-1. Lancer is definitely looking like he could potentially pull this one off. The two are locked in a real battle here, each refusing to let the other pull away. Lancer holds a slim 3-2 lead as we reset. Zed is normally much more reliable in these kinds of high-pressure sets. Zed claws back to tie things up at 3-3. Zed has looked incredibly sharp today with a 24-12 record. Lancer just needs one big play to stop this slide, otherwise Zed is going to walk away with a huge lead. He definitely looks more comfortable in his shoes right now. Zeth is just on another level right now, picking up 3 straight. He's really starting to flex that rank advantage. And he's just unstoppable, keeping the pressure high with a 4th straight win. The top 25 spot is feeling very secure right now. What a response! Lancer secures that one from the ramp to stop the slide. The underdog is refusing to go down without a fight. A tough trade-off on the ramp there, and Zeth just barely comes out on top. His current momentum mirrors that 13-11 victory against Omnic earlier. Zeth holds a 7-5 advantage heading into the break. He's definitely playing like the better player right now, despite the pre-match outlook. Lancer still has a chance, but he needs to find a way to disrupt that momentum. Time to shake things up. Zeth is really chewing through these rounds quickly. He's putting on quite a show here. He's proving why the rating gap exists right now. Zeth is just completely in control, using that height advantage on the ramp to keep the pressure on. He is clearly feeling his confidence after that last win against Omnic. Lancer has a stronger historical record on this specific map, winning about 48% of his games here. Well, that map-specific comfort seems to be helping him fight back against the odds. He's definitely trying to break Zeth's grip on this series. Zeth's comfortably ahead with a 3-round cushion. He's playing like he owns the server right now. Unbelievable grit from Lancer, barely scraping through with a sliver of health to bring the gap down to 2. Lancer is just refusing to let him close this out early. Lancer had some hope there, but Zeth just shut it down with a quick response. That confidence is flowing straight from his last few wins today. Lancer secures another huge win from the ramp, continuing this impressive climb back into the game. The momentum is shifting just as the pressure peaks. Zeth answers back immediately, putting himself just one step away from victory. A sharp clinical finish to put him in the driver's seat. What a finish! Zeth takes the final round and secures the series. He just keeps finding a way to come out on top. Lancer put up a decent fight, but he's just not finding the consistency today. Zeth is currently on a 5-game winning streak. It makes this early lead by Omnic even more surprising. We're seeing the underdog defy the odd predictions right out of the gate. Zeth quickly regains his footing by claiming that high ground to tie things up. This settles things right back into the expected order. Unreal. He claws back the lead from the box, barely surviving that scrap. His overall lead in the head-to-head is starting to show. A dead heat at 2 apiece for these two. He's certainly fighting the tide after that tough set against Lancer. Zeth looks way too comfortable up there on the box, quickly reclaiming the lead. Looking very polished with 25 wins today. Zeth is pulling away now, leading by 2. He's putting on a clinical display, matching that high win rate today. Zeth just edges ahead, holding a narrow 4-3 advantage. He's certainly making it a fight despite the ranking gap. Zeth has been absolutely on fire today with 25 wins. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this match. We're seeing him capitalize on every mistake Omnic makes, which puts the pressure squarely on the lower ranked player to find an answer. We've hit a total stalemate with Omnic and Zeth tied up. The lower seeded player is refusing to back down here. Good heavens, what a scramble! Zeth barely keeps his head above water, surviving a brutal exchange from the ramp. A tough series of games for Zeth's opponent today. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, it's basically a toss-up right now. Omnic is holding his own, but Zeth still feels like he has the upper hand given his recent form. What a fight! He scrapes through that war of attrition with almost nothing left in the tank. He really seems to have a read on his opponent today. Omnic manages to pick him off the ramp, showing some real grit in this second half. A surprising shake-up for the higher seed. He's finding his second wind, deleting that target in a blink of an eye. He's starting to look like a real threat here. Absolutely incredible. He's completely erased that deficit to bring us back to a dead-even split. The momentum has completely shifted since the start. He's simply not stopping, surging ahead with another win to take the lead. Absolute perfection from Omnic, taking another round without losing a single point of health. He's simply unstoppable right now, claiming another victory to stretch his current run to 6. Zeth is really struggling to find his grip on the match. Just unbelievable. He cleans up the boost to put himself on the verge of victory. He's completely shutting down any hope of a recovery. What an incredible finish. Omnic storms back to secure the match and seals the deal. That second half surge was just too much for Zeth to handle, completely snapping his hot streak right here in the arena. Lancer has dominated this specific matchup lately, taking 4 of their last 5 encounters. Well, he's really leaning on that psychological edge right now. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can shake that feeling and flip the script. Lancer's just cruising through a clean 2-0 lead here. He's got that confidence boost after that 13-4 blowout recently. Omnic fights back, narrowing the gap to 2-1. Omnic is currently sitting higher on the ladder. Omnic has the momentum now, completely erasing that early lead to bring us back to a dead heat. He's really putting that higher rank to use right now. Lancer uses the ramp to get the jump on him and regain the lead. It's worth noting that Omnic actually has the better overall rating here. Omnic had no trouble dealing with him in the window to pull ahead again. Slightly tighter match than the numbers would have predicted. Omnic is just too quick right now, shutting Lancer down even while he was holding the window. He's simply too fast, completing a hat-trick of rounds to extend his lead. Unbelievable. That was a brutal fight, but Omnic manages to edge it out with a sliver of health left. He's just completely dismantled Lancer's resolve. Omnic secures a huge advantage, claiming another round from the ramp. Lancer secures a clean finish to close out this set of rounds. Lancer really looks for these moments to close the distance. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he was supposed to be the underdog here, but he's playing like the better man. He really put Lancer on his heels with that 5-round burst. Time to shake things up. Lancer has a 45% win rate across thousands of matches. It's a stark contrast to his current struggles today. He's clearly fighting an uphill battle to keep this set competitive. Omnic was just way too quick on the draw to catch Lancer off guard while he was on the ramp. Omnic's holding a commanding 9-6 lead as we reset. Hard to forget his overall head-to-head lead here. Omnic just tightened his grip on this match, utilizing that ramp angle to keep Lancer at arm's length. Omnic looks much sharper than he did against Zeth earlier. Lancer is keeping his composure here, taking the fight to Omnic and pulling him right off that ramp. Still looking at a tough 12-23 day so far for Lancer. Omnic is putting on a clinic here, using that ramp to keep his lead firmly in hand. Lancer's really feeling that recent defeat to Zeth in this set. Lancer is refusing to let this slip, catching Omnic right in the window to stay within reach. It's quite the clash given, where they both stand on the ladder. A total shutdown as Omnic drops him right off the planks to secure a huge lead. The gap in their peak performance is really starting to show. Game over, he finishes it with a perfect sequence to take the series. He's officially flipped the script on this rivalry, finally shaking off those losses to get back in the driver's seat. Zef has dominated this specific rivalry, winning about 59% of their total meetings. It's clear that mental edge is translating into a strong start today. He'll want to keep that pressure on Lancer early. Zef had no trouble finding Lancer's head on that box. He's really making things difficult for the favorite right now. Zef is cruising along with a commanding 3-1 lead. Lancer is definitely feeling the heat after those tough losses to Omnic today. Another quick finish for Zef, who is putting on a real show early on. Lancer keeps his composure from the box to tighten this game up. He is showing why he entered this match as the heavy favorite. Zef has really found his stride lately with a solid 24-12 record over the last day. This momentum is carrying over perfectly into his current lead. He looks completely comfortable in his spots right now. Zed's just relentless, pushing the score to 6-3. He is certainly playing above his rank 35 standing right now. He's really starting to dig in, taking a swift round from the box to keep this rally going. Lancer is on fire, securing another victory from the box to close the gap before the break. Zef takes a 7-5 lead into the break. He's proving why he's the higher rated player here. Lancer is hanging in there, but he's currently trailing the momentum. Time for a fresh start. Wow, what a fight! Zef barely scrapes through this one from the box, holding on to a thin lead. That was an incredibly close shave for the leader. Zef has a massive 9-5 cushion now. Looking back, that prior 13-9 victory for him clearly set the tone. Zef just takes control of the map, picking him off the box to reclaim his momentum. He's really taking advantage of that rating gap right now. Lancer gets a clean look here to bring the score to 6-10. Lancer is showing a lot more grit than he did against Omnic earlier. Zef is just too quick today. Lancer is fighting for his life, but he can't seem to find an answer for that speed. Lancer is starting to trade blows with him now, making this a lot more competitive than it looked a few rounds ago. Zef puts on a clinic here, leaving Lancer with no response as he reaches match point. Total shutdown in that exchange, barely giving him a chance. He manages to fight back, keeping his hopes alive for the moment. The pressure is definitely starting to weigh on Zef. Unreal, he manages to claw his way out of that scrap with practically nothing left in the tank. Lancer keeps the momentum swinging, picking Zef right off that box for another win. And that's it! Zef closes out the series with a gritty final kill to secure the map. Lancer really fought back late, but just couldn't close the deal. He'll be gutted to drop another one to this opponent. What a fight. Zeth holds a commanding lead in their lifetime head-to-head records. He's really capitalizing on that confidence right now. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can find an answer to that early pressure. What a scramble. Omnic barely scrapes through that encounter to level things up. Zeth has certainly been the more consistent hand in their recent outings. Zeth had the better angle there, playing off the ramp to keep the momentum in his favor. He's looking sharp after a productive 25 and 12 today. We are completely deadlocked at 2 apiece now. Omnic is fighting hard to overcome that lower ranking. Zeth pushes ahead with a slim 3-2 lead. He's looking like the favorite we expected coming into this. Things are swapping back and forth constantly. Neither one of these guys can hold on to a lead for more than a single round. Omnic manages to outduel him from the bottom, and now he's got a little bit of a cushion. A bit surprising to see the lower ranked player leading this charge. The tide has completely turned. He's now claiming 3 straight to build a comfortable lead. He's really shaken off that previous loss on Blame map. Unbelievable. He nearly loses his lead in that chaos, but barely edges out the win to reach 4 straight. He's definitely feeling the heat after that tough outing on Blame map. Absolute control from Omnic, extending his streak to 5 straight without taking a single hit. He's just an unstoppable force right now, heading into the break with a massive amount of momentum. He's effectively shut down any hope of a quick comeback here. Omnic takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, he's completely defied the expectations here. He completely took over the map with that 6-round run to put Zeth on the defense. Zeth needs a fresh spark here. Omnic has a reasonably balanced record today at 18-17 over the last day. It's clear that current momentum is outweighing the historical gap in their skill ratings. Zeth is fighting an uphill battle now to get back into this series. Just an effortless shot. Omnic is putting on a clinic as he extends his streak to 3. Incredible. He survives a brutal exchange with almost nothing left to secure a 4-round run. He just can't find any answer to this pressure. Absolutely stunning. He finishes the series with an untouchable display of skill to secure the victory. He really found his timing today, putting Zeth in a hole he just couldn't climb out of. What a fight! Lancer barely walks away from that exchange with a sliver of health. Lancer had the advantage of height, but Omnic was too quick to punish that move. Omnic is really riding a wave of confidence right now. Lancer has definitely dominated the history here, leading their head-to-head rivalry with 47 wins. However, you know, that's all in the past, as Omnic has entered this match on a massive winning streak. He's clearly the one with the momentum right now. Unbelievable. Both of them were shredded in that scramble, but he somehow digs deep to secure the victory. Lancer is on fire, completely shutting down the competition with a lightning-fast reflex shot. Omnic responds instantly, picking him right off the vine. We're all squared up as Lancer and Omnic reset. The underdog has been far more consistent throughout the day. He's completely taken control, racking up 3 straight for the lead. He's certainly playing with the confidence of a man on a hot streak. Lancer finds his footing to put the score back on even. It's been a tough morning for Lancer with those recent losses. Lancer edges ahead, holding a slim 1-round advantage. He's shaking off a rough 10-25 run today. Lancer holds a 7-5 lead as we go to the break. Well, it's exactly what we expected to see. He's managing the pace well and should stay in the driver's seat for the second half. Let's see who finds their rhythm. Lancer keeps a narrow lead at 7-6. He's definitely bringing that confidence from his recent dominant run. Lancer looks much more comfortable today, using that high ground to extend his lead. Lancer pushes his lead to 8-7 after that masterclass. Omnic is certainly playing like his current top 31 ranking suggests. Lancer is really tightening his grip on the series, capitalizing on Omnic being caught out on the vine. He's putting up a strong fight despite that recent rough patch. Lancer keeps his nose ahead at 9-8. He's definitely showing that 60% recent win rate today. Absolute chaos in that exchange, and he somehow survives with a handful of health to take the lead. The lower seed is really fighting through the adversity here. What a scramble! He manages to secure the round, but he's nearly out of health after that slugfest. He's showing some real grit, barely hanging on through those clashes. He just can't stop now. Lancer closes in on the finish with a huge lead. He's looking every bit like the favorite in this matchup. Omnic answers back with a lightning-fast flick to stop the momentum. Game over, Lancer finishes him off the vine to secure the victory. He really had to fight through the mud for that one, barely scraping by in those critical moments. Lancer finally breaks the cycle of losses. He had to work for that. Zeth clearly has the upper hand in this specific rivalry with a record of 42-29. He's looking strong right now as he maintains that momentum from their most recent clash. We'll see if Lancer can actually turn the tide. Unbelievable. He barely survives that brutal exchange to bring the score to 1-2. His higher ladder ranking is giving him a solid cushion right now. Zeth is just dominating, pushing the lead to 3-1. Zeth seems to be having a great day with that 25-11 run overall. Zeth is simply relentless, cruising to a 4-1 lead. What a fight! Lancer claws his way back into this, surviving by a hair to tighten the grip on this game. Lancer is showing some serious grit today. Lancer is really struggling to keep pace with his 11-24 record over the last day. It's proving difficult to find a way back into this series when the momentum is shifted so heavily towards Zeth. Now he just needs a strong round to stabilize things. He's finding his feet now, chipping away at that deficit to pull the score to 3-5. Lancer is refusing to let the pre-match odds dictate the pace. Another fast frame for the underdog, and he's putting on some serious pressure now. Zeth holds his ground, keeping a 6-4 advantage. He's definitely playing like the higher seed in this map. Zeth still holds a commanding 7-4 lead. He's simply playing like the much higher rated player tonight. Zeth goes into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, he's really defying the odds here. Despite Lancer's advantage on this specific map, the underdog is putting together a convincing early... New side, new energy. Lancer just narrows the gap to 5-8. His lower ladder standing makes this resilience all the more impressive. What a read! Simply deleting him right off that boost to keep the momentum swinging. He's really fighting through that gap in rankings right now. Absolutely untouchable right now, and that is 3 straight for the trailing player. He's completely flipped the script, leveling the series with a 4th straight victory. Absolute deadlock now as the tables have completely turned. Zeth puts an immediate halt to that run with a sharp response. Zeth still manages a slim 2-round cushion. He is really playing the part of the favorite today. And he just won't let up, picking up another straight round to really seize control here. The higher seed is simply in total command here. He's not backing down, securing another fast round to keep this climb alive. A critical moment to stay in the fight. A tense stare down that finally went his way, and now Zeth is just a single round away from victory. Looking every bit as polished as his rank suggests. That's the final blow. Zeth closes it out to secure the victory. He really put on a clinic to close things out. Lancer fought so hard for that one stretch, but it just wasn't enough. Zeth comes out strong, taking control from the window to start things off. Zeth is looking sharp, taking that second map point while holding the ramp. The head-to-head edge is showing early on. He is simply too fast, extending his lead to 3 straight. Zeth is certainly making a statement after that tough loss on Orange. Just a complete shutdown as he finishes the round without taking a single point of damage. The ramp continues to be a stronghold as Zeth picks up another one. His recent 26-11 record over the last day is giving him a massive edge. Omnic finally finds an answer, outdueling him in a clash on the ramp. Zeth quickly shuts that door, refusing to let Omnic build any real momentum from that previous round. Zeth keeps the pressure high, quickly cleaning up Omnic from that ramp position. Zeth currently holds a significant historical advantage in their head-to-head meetings. It makes sense why he's been the favorite today. Now we have to see if Omnic can keep the space up to narrow the gap. Zeth really loves the view from that window. He just can't be shaken from that spot. He's really utilizing that higher rank to pull away here. Omnic is definitely fighting back, catching Zeth right as he stepped onto that ramp. He's definitely looking to repeat that dominant result from Orange. Zeth takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. He is playing exactly like the favorite today. He completely outpaced Omnic throughout this first half. Omnic needs a spark here. Zeth stays firmly in the driver's seat at 9-4. He's definitely putting on a better fight than his rank suggests. Omnic claws back one more, trailing 5-9. It's a tough look for Zeth, especially after that huge win over Lancer today. Another clean hit, picking Zeth right off the ramp to keep this hot streak rolling. The gap in their ratings isn't feeling very relevant right now. He's just untouchable right now, making it 4 straight to keep this charge going. It's a completely different story than what we expected going into this. Absolutely unbelievable. He just picks Zeth right off the window to keep this charge going. This is a frightening turn of events for Zeth. Unbelievable. He catches Zeth on the ramp and levels the score at 9-9. Everything is completely reset now. Insane fight. Omnic barely scrapes through with a win to take the lead, 10-9. Absolute chaos. The tide has completely shifted in this series. Zeth puts it all back on even, securing a clean hit from the ramp. Zeth is definitely smelling blood now, just as he gets back into the lead. He's definitely finding his form after that struggle on Orange. What a fight! Omnic refuses to back down and has managed to force a complete deadlock at 11-11. Neither side is giving an inch now. Zeth just claimed a crucial frame, putting himself a single step away from victory. He looks a lot more composed now than he did on the other map. What a finish! Zeth shuts the door from the window to secure the match. Honestly, the resilience Omnic showed after that rough start was impressive, but Zeth just kept his cool when it mattered. What a fight! Lancer comes out swinging, securing that early advantage right from the ramp. Lancer has a 54% win rate against this specific opponent over their long history. It's interesting to see that lead translate into a really tight battle so early in this match. We'll see if he can actually leverage that mental edge. What a fight, he nearly falls but manages to dig deep and claw back into a deadlock. Omnic hasn't had a great run of things across the board today. Unbelievable, he was almost gone, but he manages to scrape by with a single point of health to take the lead. Omnic's ranking should give him the advantage, but he's not finding it. Omnic reads him perfectly here, punishing Lancer for trying to hold that ramp position. He's really fighting to turn things around after a tough 17-19 day. Lancer is really making that ramp work for him to keep the pressure on. He's definitely playing with more confidence after that last head-to-head victory. We're all squared up now. Lancer and Omnic tied. The higher seeded player is finally starting to exert some control. Omnic edges ahead by a single round. Now, Omnic seems to be playing above his ladder rating today. He's simply not letting up, taking a third straight round to push the lead to 6-4. Lancer has really struggled to close things out in his recent games. Omnic finds the mark again, taking his opponent right off the ramp to push his streak to 4. Lancer's record today is looking pretty rough at 10-25. Omnic takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's completely defying the odds here. Lancer was expected to run away with this, but he's just not keeping up with Omnic's current pace. Lancer needs a total reset here. Omnic is putting on a clinic right now with a huge 9-4 lead. He's clearly the hotter hand today despite the historical trends favoring his opponent. It will be interesting to see if Lancer can find any way back into this. Omnic is just cruising now, holding a 5-round cushion. A tough spot for the rank 36 player to be in. Lancer holds his ground on the ramp, keeping things interesting as we head into the late game. Lancer is definitely fighting against his recent slump here. Lancer quickly shuts him down on the ramp, and the pressure is definitely shifting back to Omnic now. Good grief, that was way too close. Omnic holds the ramp and survives by a thread to get himself to 11. Insane scramble. He barely walked away from that one. The gap is narrowing, and Lancer is finally putting a real dent in that lead. That head-to-head dominance seems to be resurfacing now. He's showing real grit, putting together another win to keep this surge alive. Lancer is showing exactly why he's such a dangerous opponent in these matchups. Wow, he's completely taken over, cleaning up from the ramp to bring this match within reach. He's definitely playing as if the ladder rankings don't matter right now. A lightning fast reaction from Omnic, and he's now just one step away from the victory. Lancer is simply refusing to go away, controlling the ramp to bring this game back within a single round. His composure is exactly what you'd expect from a player of his caliber. Absolutely unbelievable. Omnic shuts the door with a huge final shot to claim the series. Lancer really fought his way back from the brink, but that one sub-second shot early on probably made the difference. He'll be gutted. Tough loss for him.